Very good morning. I request everyone to please be seated. I request everyone in the room, please be seated. Namaskar, respected dignitaries and my dear friends. I am Dr. Tripta Dikshit, Senior Assistant Director, Ayush Export Promotion Council. I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the Sensitization program for CEOs, MDs of general insurance companies and Ayush hospital owners.
This conference will now be
Ministry
recorded.
of Ayush here at the prestigious All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. In recent years, Ayush has emerged as an excellent system of healthcare, offering holistic and natural approaches to health and wellness. Its practices, rooted in time honored tradition, have provided relief and healing for countless individuals across the globe. From chronic ailments to preventive healthcare, Ayush systems have demonstrated their efficacy and have been increasingly integrated into mainstream healthcare. For the CEO and MDs of general insurance companies present here today, this program will highlight the growing demand and acceptance of Ayush treatments. Understanding the potential and benefits of these therapies can lead to the
Unmuted.
development of insurance products that not only cater to a wider audience but also promote a more holistic approach to health. For the Ayush hospital owners, this is a platform to showcase the efficacy of your treatments and build relationship with insurance providers. This collaboration can enhance patient trust and expand your reach, making quality Ayush healthcare more affordable and widespread. Today's program aims to bridge the gap between the insurance sector, Ayush healthcare providers, and receivers. Yes, the sole intent is to bring the sense of trust between all stakeholders to create an environment for the Ayush patients to feel competitive in terms of the care received and health coverage ensured. To apprise all, from 1st April 2020, the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, IRDAI, has mandated all health insurance companies to cover Ayush treatments. This should also be applicable within government schemes. This marks a historic decision for the upcoming era of integrative healthcare. To mark the auspicious beginning of this significant event, we cordially invite our distinguished guest to join us for the ceremonial Deep Prajwalan. And I request Dr. Karthik for Dhanvantari Vandana. This traditional ceremony symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in knowledge of enlightenment.
शङ्खं चक्रं जलौकां दधतमृतखडं चारुदोर्भिश्चतुर्भिः सूक्ष्म स्वच्छातिहृद्याञ्शुकपरिविलसन् मौलिमं भोजनेत्रम् कालाम्भोदोज्ज्वलाङ्ग कटितटविलसच्चारुपीताम्बराढ्यं वन्दे धन्वन्तरिं तं निखिलगदवप्रौढिदावाग्निलीलम्
Thank you all. I request all to be seated. Now, we would like to welcome our esteemed dignitaries with mementos as a token of love and gratitude. I request Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri, Director, All India Institute of Ayurveda, to kindly come forward and present the memento to Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. A big round of applause, please. Now I request Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyay, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, to kindly present memento to Mr. Bijon Kumar Misra, Chairman of Core Group of Insurance in Ayush. Now I request Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyay to kindly present memento to Vaidya Jayant Yashwant, NCISM Chairman. Okay. To Dr. Anil Khurana, Chairman, NCH. Now I request Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri to give memento to Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyay, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush. Again, I request Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri to give memento to Dr. A. Raghu, Deputy Director General, DGH. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri, the esteemed Director of All India Institute of Ayurveda. Professor Nesri is a renowned expert in Ayurveda, dedicated to integrating ancient wisdom with modern science. Under her visionary leadership, Aya has reached new heights of excellence in research, education, and healthcare, at par with international standards, setting an example of integrated holistic healthcare system for global recognition of Ayush. Please join me in welcoming Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri to deliver the welcome speech.
Namaste. Good morning. Is it audible? Yeah. Namaste. I welcome everyone and good morning to all. Namaskar. Welcome to All India Institute of Ayurveda. It's an immense pleasure and honor, and we really feel fortunate to have everyone here and have this meeting to be organized at All India Institute of Ayurveda. At the outset, I would like to welcome and thank Ministry of Ayush, led by Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. We welcome you. Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyay, who is heading the drug cell and who is leading this entire journey for last many years. So welcome you, sir, and thank you for enabling us to organize this meeting. And the head of the chairman of the committee, Professor Bijon Mishraji, Dr. A. Raghu from Ministry of Ayush, Dr. Khurana, Chairman, NCH, and I am sure NCISM Vaidya Jayant Dev Pujari also will join, and we have ST members of this committee who have enabled this entire insurance sector for the stakeholder of Ayush, and we have the members Dr. Rajiv Vasudevan and Dr. Ramanathan, and I'm sure the other members are also have joined online, and we have all the stakeholders from NABH. We have Madam, she is also joined. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kocher, for being with us. And we have our deans are on behalf of all my colleagues. We welcome all the learned, the members and representatives of CEOs, CMDs of General Insurance Company, Ayush Hospital owners, officials of Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, IRDAI, General Insurance Councils, Insurance Information Bureau of India, National Health Authority, National Institutions of Ministry of Ayush, all the directors and the leaders of national institutions of Ayush, they have also joined online. I welcome everyone. National Commissions of Ministry of Ayush, and all the stakeholders who have come all across from various insurance companies and head of the Ayush hospitals. And because we have the limited space in this on conference, but we have the members and the leaders from every state of India, they have come physically and they have joined in another hall in our mini auditorium. We can see them, and I'm happy that the entire media team has organized, as it is a by-way communication is possible. They can also participate in this live interaction. So I welcome everyone, and this program is live online. So we welcome everyone who has joined online. On behalf of All India Institute of Ayurveda, we would like to welcome each and everyone. And with permission of the chair, if allowed, within 2 minutes, we would like to showcase the journey of All India Institute as a showcase, so that the others who have not visited, not able to join for the hospital visit, they can have within 2 minutes for the what AIA is, and maybe in later day we have the detailed presentation. So my colleagues, if they allow the presentation so that we can just go through that. All India Institute of Ayurveda, the vision of Ministry of Ayush to organize this meeting of insurance, where the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, the insurance companies and the regulatories and the Ayush hospitals, they will have one-to-one meetings, so that this can be all the issues and challenges for providing insurance to the Ayush sector and to the masses definitely will be enabled today. And before that, as a case study, I take this opportunity quickly to just present as a success story and as a case study what All India Institute of Ayurveda as a tertiary care hospital, as like it is in common language, it is said that it is aims for Ayurveda, as it is a tertiary care hospital, postgraduate research and training center, and was dedicated to the nation, none another by our Honorable Prime Minister of India in 2017, and with the vision of having tertiary care, postgraduate research and training center. This is like academic, research and patient care under one umbrella, as it is for the aims as a public institution. Next slide please. And within 7 years we have achieved like NAC A++, NABH, as we have the NABH with us as a quality mark, and also ISO. And it is a great proud that a commemorative stamp was released at All India Institute of Ayurveda at the Goa campus last year. And we have the expansions. Within 5 years we have expanded to 6 times bigger campus, that All India Institute of Ayurveda Goa, and also the other campuses where Labasna as a Masuri for the bureaucrats and the administrators and policy makers to sensitize them. We also have wellness center at Masuri, and also specialized, highly super specialized as NCI Jhajjar, then IIT Delhi and Kevadia, where as a wellness model tourism. And last month only we initiated one center at Supreme Court of India as a health and wellness center, and a model of integration which is very successful in allopathy setup at Safdarjung Hospital. We are also having a small unit but which is integrated into allopathy hospital at Safdarjung Hospital. So these are various models and the extension centers, and through that I'm really proud to say that within 5 years we have been able to cater with the holistic and integrated setup 25 lakh patients with the modern technology and Ayurveda holistic center, where entire documentation is also available. And if you can see the data, which is impressive, is a 25,000 in outpatient, but bed days occupied, if you can see, it is a 1,74,000 patients, and the entire data is available in this specialty unit. And this model is holistic and integrated, supported with the diagnostics and the hospital management system. So the data is available, and we have 44 standard treatment guidelines. As a case study in the COVID, with care with compassion was the model, and when there was a COVID, everyone was trying to help humanity. We had created under the Ministry of Ayush, implemented COVID protocol, and 94% of the patients got treatment, completely cured with the COVID with no mortality and less complications. And we have the capacity building program, and it is supported with the science, basic science, technology, and the research facility to the hospital care, so that the molecular mechanism is being. So all these research units, we have bioinformatics and other facilities, ultra modern lab facilities, and also the next maybe we can just go through. This is a regional raw drug repository, so where molecular and source material quality of the starting material is also being ensured. Next, these are various guidelines, and very importantly that we really have to, when there is a publication and the evidence is created to our traditional, that is main mandate, and this has been taken as a translated to the public health, and that's how the public health program, outreach programs are being facilitated. And this was the Ayu Raksha, which was mandated, and the ministry also circulated to provided to all the lakhs of the people, but that was the evidence. It has been published in Frontiers of Public Health, and various data set as insurance companies would be interested in knowing what is the evidence and what is the standard treatment. So we have in every condition like diabetes, we have 45,000 patients and many other, and that has been published in our research journal and case studies, which is UGCKR listed. And not only this, but the startup culture is being promoted through Ministry of Ayush, and we have supported for 52 startups, and the startup challenge is being encouraged, and those are incubated, and this we do through our 70 MOUs with national and international partners. So we have 70 MOUs. Those really help us to create the quality research. And one study only I would like to quote here, London School of Hygiene, where double-blind control clinical study on ashwagandha in long COVID is being initiated through MHRA approved and through NHS regulated. So this is how the success stories are being created and translated for the global audience. I'm sure this whole day meeting definitely will sensitize, and this is how we can have that confidence to support the Ayush treatment protocol. This is as traditional as it is, but it is as contemporary and modern as our conventional partner. Last, this success story I would like to inform to each and everyone who is attended in this auditorium and attending online that this institution has been included into Know India, previous slide please, Know India program of Ministry of External Affairs, where the Indian diaspora is being sensitized for the soft strength of India, and we have catered, promoted 72 batches for Know India program, and like Agra, Taj Mahal, All India Institute and Ayush is included to showcase our traditional wisdom for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing a glimpse of Aya and projecting its success stories, which is truly making it a successful model of integrative healthcare. Now I request Professor Bijon Mishra to kindly invite our special guest for the day.
Well, little away from the agenda, before the round of introduction, we are going to have that. But just before that, we have Dr. Pankaj Sharma from IRDAI, the regulator, to come in because there is a kind of a conflict in terms of the timing. They are busy from 12 onwards, so they kindly agreed to come for 10 minutes before our round of introduction. So I'm taking that privilege and that opportunity. So Dr. Pankaj Agrawal Sharma is with us, and he's the Deputy General Manager of IRDAI, looking after the healthcare division, and he's the expert within IRDAI, guiding us at every step. And he has been nominated by the chairman of IRDAI to be part of our core group committee, which is looking into the insurance. So without wasting any time, I would like Dr. Pankaj Agrawal to kindly, Dr. Pankaj Sharma to kindly come in, unmute and come and give his short intervention in today's sensitization program with all the stakeholders. Dr. Pankaj Sharma.
Hello, sir, and thank you very much for considering my request. And good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Can I have permission to share my slide?
Sir, please try. You may be able to share now.
Not me. You have to highlight. Dr. Sharma. There, sorry, right at the bottom. Yeah, there. You're right.
So once he shares his presentation, we'll make it full screen.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah, we can see yours. Go ahead.
I hope you can see the slide.
Yeah, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Slide through दिखा दो. Go to slideshow.
So for IRD, sir,
So let it go. Let it go. Just go ahead. Dr. Pankaj, please go ahead.
yes, sir. So first of all, I would like to congratulate Ministry of Ayush for organizing this trip, which will help the insurers and Ayush and release some local elements. So there is some problem. There is a lot of so episode we have amending regulation 2024 which are notified in the March itself. So where we have said that insurance shall have a low approved policy for providing Ayush coverage. So this is designed to ensure that the policy holders have better choice and the insurers develop a policy for providing Ayush coverage. It also specified that the insurers approach towards placing Ayush and other treatments to provide wider choice to so you can also get in another with the another also open towards the master circular it is a number of parts can be made of a group types of apart from that, we are also concentrating muted. We heard that there are some concerns related to the cashless treatment in some of the Ayush hospitals. So IRDA is encouraging insurers to strive towards 100% cashless in a timely manner. And that there is a committee also working at the level of June Council to ensure that more and more hospitals can be empowered, including Ayush hospitals, to ensure that 100% cashless treatment is available for the pharmacy holders. So as of now, if we talk about January 2024, unmuted. And muted. So what we open the unmuted. Muted. Unmuted. Muted. Around 250 products which cover Ayush treatment without any surgery. Around 100 products are covering Ayush with some surgeries. Moving on to the next slide. So we also started data and Ayush hospitalization claims and we noted that unmuted. There is a continuous muted. Under Ayush. And around 31st December 2023, unmuted. 826 muted. And out of these claims, around 74 crores to be disbursed to the Ayush for the Ayush treatment. So this is how related to Ayush. If you have any question, you can ask. So there was some technical issue because of that. I did not hear anything on the focus on the other side. I was just going through my presentation and I could not hear anything from the other side. Unmuted. So कुछ questions है. Muted. हो सकते हैं. Yes, yes, please go ahead, sir. तो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि से आगे कंटिन्यू ऑफलाइन का मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. एक्चुअली हमारे पास अपने कैशलेस का शुरू हुआ लिबर्टी लाइन से आगे ये दोनों अनम्यूटेड अभी अभी दिक्कत ये है कि म्यूटेड अनम्यूटेड muted unmuted
Sorry for the interruption.
muted
Request the online participants.
आता है तो वहाँ पे है जो आयुष आहार के लिए सबमिट है तो वो unmuted क्योंकि कोई भी ट्रीटमेंट एक घंटे में ट्रीटमेंट होगा muted दूसरी बात है एक कंपनी दूसरी क्या की unmuted गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल बनाएंगे muted गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल वाले आपको क्लेम मिला है तो प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल की जरूरत नहीं है क्लेम की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि आपको सब चीज फ्री हो जाती है बहुत सारे गवर्नमेंट unmuted दे सकते हैं क्या muted तीसरी बात यह है सबसे पहले कि अगर एडमिशन हुआ है किसी भी हॉस्पिटल का तो उनको सीधा
We request all the online participants to kindly hold your questions for the session 2. There we'll be taking all the questions in that session that is dedicated for this. Now we thank Dr. Pankaj Sharma for giving us some insights on the Ayush hospital claims. And now moving on to the much awaited, so that we all know each other, we now take few minutes to know our guest at round table and express our gratitude. May I request all our guests from left end of the round table to kindly give a brief introduction, sharing your name, designation and company, and I request the designated officials to kindly felicitate them with memento.
Myself, Dr. Anil Khurana, I am chairperson of National Commission for Homeopathy.
I request MSL to kindly facilitate, sir.
Good morning to all. I am Manoharan, General Manager from United India Insurance, Chennai. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good morning all. I am Dr. Atul Mohan Kochar. I am the CEO of NABH.
Good morning, everyone. I am Rajkumar Arora, DGM Health, United India Insurance Company, Chennai.
Good morning. I am Sekhar Sampath Kumar, Director Health from General Insurance Council.
Good morning. I'm Paul Jensen. I'm the Managing Director of EBTC, the European Business and Technology Center. And I'm here to get some insights to see what can we bring to Europe and how can we connect Europe and India in the health and the Ayush space and insurance space. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rohit Gupta and I am representing SBI General Insurance and I am the head of Group Health.
A big round of applause for everyone, please.
So I am Dr. Sunil Gala from Magma HDI, heading Claims and Provider Management Team.
Good morning. I'm Madhusudan Chauhan, CEO of Jiva Ayurveda, a leading Ayurveda treatment services organization with OPD clinics, centers, and Ayush Hospital. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Myself, Dr. Devasis Panda, Joint Advisor, Ministry of Ayush.
Good morning all. This is Sumit Kumar. I am Head of Claims from Universal Sompo General Insurance.
Hi, good morning everyone. This is Amit Jain. I am the Chief Operating Officer for Aditya Birla Health Insurance.
Good morning everyone. I am Sandeep Agarwal from IFCO Tokyo General Insurance. I am the Head of Health Claims for IFCO Tokyo.
Hi, good morning everybody. My name is Ram Natesan. I head Network and Provider Management for Star Health Insurance based out of Chennai. Thank you.
A very good morning everybody. Myself Dr. Narayan Chahane. I'm Medical Director of Brahma Ayurved, which is world's first and only Ayurvedic Urology Center. Thank you.
I am Dr. D. Ramanathan, CEO of the Sitaram Ayurveda in Trichure. I have one center in Trichure, two resort also, one in Natika and Munnar, and also we are conducting Azerbaijan also one hospital, any all hospital, NIBH accredited hospital. And also I am General Secretary of the Ayurveda Medicine Manufacturers Organization of India.
Namaste, my name is Rajiv Vasudevan. I'm the founder and CEO of Apollo Ayurveda Hospitals. We run a chain of Ayurveda hospitals across Chennai, Bangalore, Kochi, and Delhi and Almora. So great to be here today.
Also member of our committee So I look after Ayush Excel as the director and also represent Vicky as the Assistant Secretary General. We're part of the Ayush team. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for having me. I'm Praveen Kumar Mittal. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Arijit. I am from Kotak Mahindra General Insurance Company. I head the health claims. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Poonam Bajaj. I am Director NAPH.
Request all to kindly applaud the speakers. Thank you.
Myself, Professor Manjusha Rajgopal, heading Shalakya Department at All India Institute of Ayurveda.
Namaste, my name is Gopal Dutt and I head the Provider Management Department for Niva Bupa Health Insurance.
Morning everyone, my name is Dr. Surya and I am Head of Underwriting and Claims for HDFC Argo.
Good morning everyone, I am PP Rajan, Senior Administration Manager and Quality Manager, Kottakkal Ayurveda. We have 5 hospitals, almost 750 beds Ayurveda alone, and of the 5, 3 are NABH accredited, 1 is on the verge of accreditation, 25 branch clinics across India and 2,000 franchisee relays. Kottakkal Ayurveda is a 122-year-old Ayurvedic institution, a charitable institution by nature. Thank you, sir.
Namaste. I am Dr. Indrajudan, Treatment Standardization and Accreditation Committee convener of Ayurveda Hospital Management Association. Actually, I am the 3rd time standing this type of an meeting. In the first, in 2010, I was a part of the delegation to General Insurance Council for including Ayurveda under insurance coverage, along with Janardhan Pandeyji and SK Sarmaji, and the protocol which I was prepared was approved at that time. Ramadanji also was there in the preparation work, and it was approved, and after that the standalone company started including Ayurveda. And in the 2016, I was also in the committee for the standardization, and the same protocol which I had prepared for on behalf of Ayurveda Hospital Management Association is the one that was approved by Government of India, and this is the same one we now circulating, the 2016 protocol. And after that, I think the people have started, the insurance companies have started including that. Now we are in the 3rd time. Thank you for inviting here.
So
Thank you.
I think you are the witness and you have the history of
Sure.
living history. So
Yeah.
thank you, and I think the outcome of it.
Actually, I studied some insurance courses also. That's why I was possible to meet the 2 ends of the requirements of the insurance firms and Ayurvedic fraternity.
Welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
I request the speakers to kindly introduce your name, designation, company, and a very brief.
Namaste to all. I'm Dr. Unnikrishan Nambudiri, General Secretary of Ayurveda Hospital Management Association, one of the biggest hospital association in India. We have 1,000 membership with 550 active membership. 2 bed to 450 bedded hospitals are under our organization, and we have the most number of NABH hospital in Kerala, more than 55 NABH hospital. We are conducting many empowering CMEs for empowering the Ayurveda hospital sector. Thank you for inviting us.
Good morning, myself Mantosh Kumar. I am from IFCO Tokyo and networking and providing management.
Welcome.
Good morning
And
all.
please give big round of
Good morning
applause to
all.
each and everyone.
Myself Dr. Swaroop Vaze, VP Operations from Health India Insurance TPA Mumbai.
Welcome, sir.
Namaskar. I am Apu Srivastava, General Manager from Maharshi Ayurveda Hospital, Delhi.
Welcome you, sir.
Namaskar. Myself, Dr. Jaishankar Mun, Principal, Subdeep Ayurvedic Medical College, Indore. I am representing on behalf of the management, from the fraternity of Ayurveda, how it can be incorporated in our hospital sector, how these insurance. Thank you. Namaskar.
Welcome you, sir.
Good morning to all. I am Dr. N. Manavalan.
Joint Director, Indian Medicine and Homeopathy Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Behalf of Government of Tamil Nadu, I am representing Director of Indian Medicine, and we have 7 Ayush medical colleges, all Unani, Homeopathy, Yoga, Naturopathy, Siddha, Ayurveda, more than 1,200 bedded hospital. So we are attending this program. Thank you very much for giving me
Welcome, and Siddha is also being representative.
Myself, Dr. Srini, Deputy Director, Directorate of Indian Medicine, Government of Tamil Nadu. We have more than 1,593 PHC wings.
Good morning, Sanjay Sharma, Premier World Consultant.
Myself, Dr. Santosh, heading Research Unit, B-Time Agency.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Venkat, and I am a Senior Manager at Invest India. My name is Venkat Reddy, and I am a Senior Manager at Invest India.
मैं वैद्य नाम आधार शर्मा, डायरेक्टर प्रेम आधार आयुर्वेद हॉस्पिटल रोहिणी दिल्ली. थैंक यू.
Welcome you, sir.
नमस्कार, मैं वैद्य राजेश चोड़ा. मैं थोड़ा सा 1 मिनट लूँगा आप सबका. जी, राइट सर. तो राजेश चोड़ा, एक्स DGLW ऑफिस, where the insurance sector had started in health in Government of India. I worked with Mr. Kachoch and Dr. Nasari also. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I am Meenakshi Kishore Kumar, working for the New India Assurance Company. I work at the head office in the health department. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. B.K. Rana, Chief Executive Officer of Quality and Accreditation Institute, QI, and former Director and CEO of NABH. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm Deepak Bhuvneshwari Unyal. I'm one of the co-founder and CEO of Insurance Samadhan. It's a tech platform which resolves insurance complaints like mis-selling and claim rejections in health, life, and general insurance. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Anita Gupta, Deputy General Manager from the Ruentel Insurance Company Limited, looking after health portfolio. Thank you.
Good morning all. I am Dr. Ashish Dudi. I am looking after networking products, health insurance products and compliance at Oriental Insurance Corporate Office. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Sandeep from New India Assurance Company Limited. I am working at Delhi Regional Office 1.
Yeah, we welcome everyone.
Good morning, everybody. This is Dr. Rashmi Nandargi. I represent Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. I head the claims department in Bajaj Allianz. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Kerala Ayurveda. So we have Ayurveda centers all across the globe. A healing luxury retreat in India and internationally also we have one. And we have our own product manufacturing unit. Thank you so much.
Good morning all. I'm Gaurav Saraswat, working for Kerala Ayurvedic Group. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Raman Kaushik from Drug Policy Section, Ministry of Ayush. Thank you.
We welcome you.
Right, sir. So now I Right, sir. Right, so a big round of applause for all of us, all our special guests today here. And we are actually thrilled to see such an amalgamation of Ayush service sector and insurance sector together sitting in this room. So we are skipping our, as of now, for this particular moment, we are holding on to inaugural address and we are moving on to our first session. And I'm delighted to invite Professor Bijon Kumar Mishra for setting the agenda and objective of today's meeting. Professor Bijon, a figure known to most of us in this room.
Not required. Not required.
Pleasure, sir.
Hi friends. It's really overwhelming, in terms of having all of you inside this room and many getting connected on the net. But I must confess to you all that energy which you see in the room and all the energy which you see happening in the country, it's possible only because we have a very dynamic Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Ayush, none other than Padma Shri Vaidyaji, our Rajesh Katojaji, Thank you, sir, for being here, giving us the guidance, mentorship, and taking us forward. I must tell you all, when I was told to set the agenda, I thought the round of introduction has already set it. Because it goes to prove that all the stakeholders are keen to make healthcare affordable and accessible, which is of high quality. And some of you who would have taken the tour this morning, it must have been an eye-opener to most of you. At least for me, it was my first, brand contact with All India Institute of Ayurveda. And that contact has made an impactful impression on me, at least. Because as I knew, we never had those kind of infrastructure ever existed in the country which I saw today. And the beautiful way it is being weaved in terms of getting modern science integrative with our traditional healthcare. So I must congratulate the director, madam, and I must tell you, Dr. Saab, that you had given such a dynamism that I don't think we can ever think of not having you here all the time. You should be there all the time to take us forward and giving us this direction, because what I can see in the corridors, those pictures, the vision which you have demonstrated, the quality of work which you have shown, has laid a huge foundation, to the movement. I must tell you all that in today's interaction, what prompted me to have this interaction as the chair of the core group which is looking into Ayush insurance was to bring all the stakeholders together and bring everybody into a common perception in terms of how we can work together, because I am a firm believer that every issue has a solution. But the solution only emerges when you bring the beneficiaries into the picture and get them talk together to find the solution. And what I intended to do has happened today was, I can see the room full of insurance companies, which is wonderful. I can see the room full of the service providers or the hospital owners of the Ayush sector, public and private. So that's a great feeling. I also saw some TPA present in the room. I also saw intermediaries present in the room, people who are giving resolutions to the consumers in terms of their issues and problems. So having said that, we have all the stakeholders inside this room, including experts, including scientists, including some of my overseas guests who has come in and taken time to join us. The whole idea is that how in the course of today's conversation, we go back fully satisfied in terms of what should be our next step to take this movement forward. And the movement is very simple. Get Ayush become the best option or a good option to the patients in terms of moving forward to access quality healthcare in the most affordable manner and accessible to all. And we saw the footfalls today in this complex, how people are coming with a smile and they're going back with a smile. And I asked some of them personally that, what made you come here? They said, we had a dream that I will get well. And we got well. And that's why I keep coming and I keep bringing my other family members. So a big applause to the patients who are actually, helping us to take things forward in the manner they desire. And that is what we want to bring, a better kind of a comfort and a smile on the face of everybody who today may be selling their assets or seeking a debt to access healthcare, but we all must ensure that that shouldn't be the option given to the citizens. We have such institutions which are giving, and our Honorable Secretary, the most dynamic person, is constantly thinking how to expand, how to reach out, how not only to be domestic, but also be global. So thank you very much, Madam, for the great work which you have done and hosted this program. And I would definitely feel very honored that whenever you feel our committee can play any role in terms of taking the institution forward, our committee will be ready to do that. On behalf of the committee, I thank you, all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your trust in this association and your dedication to its execution. We thank you again. Now, moving on to our most awaited inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed guest for the inaugural address, Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha, Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. A dynamic leader, a visionary, a renowned practitioner, and the longest-serving secretary. He has been a tireless advocate for a cohesive approach of integration of Ayush systems into mainstream healthcare. His leadership and vision have been instrumental in advancing the mission of the Ministry of Ayush to mark its global presence, witnessed at Global Ayush Investment Innovation Summit, WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center, during the G20 presidency, and at many more such platforms. He has transformed the Ayush sector, which has achieved a value of 24 billion in last 10 years. His commitment towards this transformation has led to introduction of industry supportive schemes, establishment of Ayush Excel, Ayush Visa, etc. Under his able leadership, Ministry is rigorously working with different organizations and ministries such as CDSCO, BIS, FSSAI to ensure the manufacture and marketing of quality Ayush products and services, also striding the research and evidence building in the sector. He had distinguished career marked by numerous accolades, including Vice Chancellor Gujarat Ayurveda University at Jamnagar and the most prestigious Padma Shri Award, which brings unparalleled expertise to the sector. Please join me in welcoming Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha for the inaugural address.
Thank you, Tripta, for this wonderful introduction. Many of the things even I could come to know after your introduction that I did this. But this is a collective effort. It's not just mine. I should not claim all these achievements. It's like a team effort by the team Ayush, not only in Government of India, but from the states and from the sector. So it's like a collective achievement and not just an individual's achievement, what you have mentioned. So, Sri Bejon Mishra ji, who is heading this core committee of Ayush about insurance sector, Professor Tanuja Nesri ji, the director, Polida Institute of Ayurveda, the chairman of National Commission of Indian Medicine, Vaidya Jayant Devpujari ji, the chairman, National Commission of Homeopathy, Dr. Khurana ji, and all other distinguished participants, my colleagues, the CEO, NABH, and all other insurance companies representatives, IRDAI officials. I could also, I should mention that we have a representative of even the foreign insurance companies. So it's like a good kind of participation from across the sector, not only the private sector, but government sector who is providing services in Ayush sector. Also the regulators, the insurance companies, the TPAs and intermediary services, and even startups. So I could see that there is a great enthusiasm, and we are sure all of us will, by the end of the day, will be able to have this great sensitization, and this day will mark a kind of a landmark day in the area of Ayush and its insurance coverages. This is one thing. We all know that, and we must compliment and thank IRDAI that in 2013 they have started this journey by notifying the Ayush incorporation in Ayush packages, and insurance companies have immediately taken up and they have started offering Ayush packages to their products. In 2016, Government of India, with the help of IRDAI, notified about the specifics about Ayush incorporation of insurance. Then it was also modified in 2018, and now we are there. Like we have Mr. Sharma mentioned about the enthusiasm and then what facilitation is being done by IRDAI. I also want to acknowledge and appreciate the participation and cooperation of GIC, because GIC is represented by all insurance companies, and then they also actually assured Professor Mishra and the core committee that they are onboarded and they will do whatever is required to make Ayush insurance coverages in maximum possible as possible as and then today we also have agenda points of sensitization of our sector. For example, there are great developments in last few years. One of the development is that we have Dr. Raghu sitting here. He is representing Ministry of Ayush at DGHS. So DGHS, there is a separate vertical of Ayush, and he is heading that vertical as Deputy Director General Ayush at DGHS, Director General of Health Services at Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. This is a great example of convergence of both the ministry and how we are working together as a whole of the government approach at Government of India. And the DGHS Ayush has started activity of standardizing, publishing standard treatment guidelines. It do not mean that there were STGs not available. STGs were already available, and there are a lot of work already have been done by the sector in last few years and by the government. But what they are doing is very specific, very interesting, that 3 weeks back they have released the musculoskeletal disorders STG, and this STG is actually reviewed by the modern medicine experts also, and not only Ayurveda expert, not only Siddha expert, because STGs are now they released this musculoskeletal about Ayurveda, Unani and Siddha. So, and it is reviewed by the modern medicine experts, the professors of orthopedics in different medical colleges. This is first time happening in India that this integrative model of standard treatment guidelines is now being standardized and being published. So there are already standard STGs available, published by CCRAS, CCRH, CCRS, CCRUM, and those are already in public domain. There is another development that I would like to appraise the entire sector, that Government of India has worked with WHO, and on WHO platform, WHO has published the treatment and training documents of Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani, and Yoga is now being published, and Ayurveda, Siddha, Ayurveda, Unani, Panchakarma and Yoga. Now Siddha is being worked out. We have recently signed MOU with them for Siddha, and homeopathy is also in the pipeline. So what I am trying to convey, that not only in our country but globally also, the benchmark documents are being prepared and familiarized, and member countries are sensitized by WHO about these documents, and these documents are very valuable documents for the insurance companies to curate their packages and standardize their packages. It is easier when we have good documentation practices. It is easier for the insurance companies also to visualize and to visualize how to prevent fraud and how to make it scientifically validated, that all of us know. But Government of India is sincerely working in this direction. For example, not only STGs, not only WHO documents, we have worked with WHO, and in January 24, WHO has published ICD-11 chapter of morbidity codes of Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani. This is also a great benchmark. I would like to explain that in international classification of diseases, there are morbidity codes or diagnostic codes of every clinical condition, and it is being used by the global insurance companies and our insurance companies from decades. But this is an interesting and important thing, that now the morbidity codes of Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani is also there in ICD-11. So then Government of India is also working on having Ayush-based health management information system
and it is standardized now. Our national institutes or research councils are already using it. There are already 100 million patients. We did a big pilot on this system. Now we are upgrading, and after upgradation, it will be available to every one and all. And we are trying to make it free, and we are also trying to make this solution on sandbox. So if somebody wants to have their own software health information system, they can use this API, and having this standardization on ICD-11, which is onboarded in HMIS, and insurance companies also will be facilitated because they will have a standard curated information available about a patient, so that their packages, it is easier for them to offer the packages. And this is one of the most important thing that has happened. And I want your compliments also, because this has been done only in 3.5 years, whereas in TCM they got 11 years to do it. So for the same morbidity codes published in ICD-11, TCM required 10 to 11 years, and we did it in just 3.5 years. So it is also a collective efforts and participation of so many countries, because on WHO, India was supporting, but WHO is a platform of member countries, so lot of member countries have contributed, and more than 25 countries have contributed to develop this benchmark, to develop the ICD-11 modules, and now it is published. Now it is ready, and it is already there, and now we all are required to adopt this new system, so that we can further delve into the great scale up of insurance coverages and packages in Ayush sector. I also want to compliment the insurance companies who is here, that they already have rolled out more than 45 packages, and almost more than 29 companies are offering more than 45 packages. This is 6-month-old information, so there may be now 60 or 55, but not less than 45, that I am aware. So now the time comes there where we also need to look at the facilitation by TPA and having more and more cashless packages on Ayush, because this is the problem statement, that in Ayush cashless treatments are largely not available. So we need to look at that. And lastly, before I conclude, I also want to inform the august audience that we are working with National Health Authority since long, and now National Health Authority, there are 150 plus packages are onboarded into their system, and under the chairmanship of Bejon Mishraji, there is a committee who is looking at the finalizing the challenge strategic purchasing. So once we get the recommendation of strategic purchasing, we'll provide this to NHA. NHA is ready to roll out. The Ayush package is under ABPMJY. So this is also a great achievement from the perspective of Ayush. Friends, we are sitting here, and what is our aim is to provide last mile delivery. So the person who is sitting at the last edge of the corner, they should be facilitated, and that is our goal. And for that, all of us need to come together. Not only the government hospitals, not only the Ministry of Ayush institutes, but all education institutes, hospitals, Government of India hospitals and outlets, like we have more than 86 across the country. The Homeopathy Council, the National Medicine in Indian NCISM, National Commission of Indian Medicine, and also the private operators, the big hospital chains, also small operators who is offering quality services. So we all should come together to make it big. We all know that in last 10 years you have this book, all of you have this 10 years of transformation. It is with you, and I would suggest organizers to share this digital document to all the participants, so that who is participating virtually, they should have in their mailbox this 10 years achievement of Ayush. It says it has a lot of documentation. One of the important benchmark is that Ayush manufacturing sector has achieved almost 8 times growth in 10 years. So it's like from 3 billion to 24 billion. And we have initiated a study of service sector, and from initial finding we found that the size of service sector is about the same of 24 to 26 billion dollar. It means that we are no more a nascent sector. We are a 50 billion odd big sector, and we have all the right to actually create a lot of enthusiasm, lot of demand, and lot of delivery for the nation. So we are not only here to create demand and asking something to favor from the government, but we all together also are ready to deliver to the country and to the globe from the best quality, globally appraised the quality care from Ayush. So that is what I wanted to convey, and thank you for inviting me, and I'm very happy that today all of you were able to see this wonderful institute. This institute is a benchmark institute, and I want to mention that Honorable Prime Minister in one of the cabinet meeting have appreciated this institute, and he has suggested that this institute, similar to this institute, there should be 10 more. So we are working to fulfill this instruction of Honorable Prime Minister to have 10 more institutes in coming years. So thank you so much for coming over here, and namaskar. Pranams.
Thank you. A big round of applause for Secretary Ayush. Thank you so much, sir, for taking our guests through the incredible journey of Ministry of Ayush and how each one has contributed to its success. I again restate, I encourage all of you to kindly have a look at this book, Transformative Growth in Ayush, to know more about its initiatives and programs. Thank you. May I now invite Professor Anand Raman, PV Medical Superintendent, Professor and HOD Department of Panchgam, to share the achievements and success stories of All India Institute of Ayurveda. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to our next speaker for the session. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyay, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, to share regulators' perspective of Ayush in insurance sector. He heads the drug policy section and plays instrumental role in regulatory aspects of Ayush drugs in India. His expertise has contributed immensely to the working of Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana and Ayush in insurance sectors and recent amendments in Biodiversity Act and Rule. We welcome you, sir.
Already, our Secretary sir and Chairman sir have given brief introduction on journey of Ayush in the insurance sector. Second slide, please. So, our journey started in the year 2013, 16 February 2013. IRDAI has notified Ayush coverage in the health insurance, followed by many insurance companies have started giving coverage of Ayush in a small scale. Next slide. In the year 2016, this is the important landmark. At that period, Insurance Regulatory Authority has come out with the guidelines with the support of then Department of Ayush, and with that we have done a great deal that all the packages in all these Ayush systems has been notified, and the rates, guideline rates has been notified in 2016, and definition of hospital has been laid down, so that it has facilitated insurance companies to come in a large scale to participate in covering Ayush in the insurance sector. Next slide. So in that, the norms for Ayush coverage was teaching hospital of Ayush colleges recognized by then CCIM and CCH, Ayush hospital having registration with government authorities, and the crux is at least 15 inpatient bed, minimum 5 qualified registered Ayush doctors and qualified paramedical staff. These are the requirement in the 2017 guidelines, and many of the Ayush hospitals are in small scale. They may not be having 15 bed facilities in that, and they were giving quality services across the country. In order to facilitate that, next slide please, Ministry of Ayush worked with the IRDAI, and next slide. We have modified guidelines in 2019, where we have facilitated all the Ayush hospital having at least 5 patient beds and having qualified Ayush medical practitioner, having dedicated Ayush therapy sections as required and equipped operations theatre, etc. for surgical procedures and maintaining daily records. These are the requirements which has been curtailed down. And also we have facilitated Ayush daycare center that are providing daycare services to Ayush treatment packages. Many times it is difficult for the patients to be inpatient for 15 days because our treatment requires long duration, 15 days, 20 days, 30 days, like that it requires. And so daycare centers are very much popular among the stakeholders, among the patients. So we have also facilitated Ayush daycare center to be covered under insurance sector. And there is a prerequisite for these things. There should be pre-entry level certificate for daycare center from NABH or state level certificate of NQES. These are the requirements in the 2019 guidelines. Next slide. And in order to enhance coverage and penetration of Ayush in the insurance sector, Ministry of Ayush has come out with an idea of forming the committee, and we had a general meeting with all stakeholders, including all the insurance companies representatives and GIC, IRDAI, IIBI, and all those organizations. And then we have come out with this idea of core group. And under the chairmanship of Shri Bejan Kumar Mishra on 4th October 2023, we have constituted a core group. I am the member secretary of that core group. And our reference is to advise and monitor insurance-related matters in Ayush sector, to conduct sensitization program, out of which today's program is also included, and to conduct a study on current status of Ayush system under health insurance, and to create white paper. These are the mandate for us. And further, Ministry of Ayush has constituted one more committee for revision of guidelines rates under insurance, because in 2016 our rates have been notified, and Ayush hospitals are mentioning that we have the input cost is too much for Ayush treatment, and the rates has not been revised since 2016. On the basis of that demand, another committee to revise the guidelines set has been constituted, and one more mandate for that is to give integrate ABHA ID and ICD-11 codes with the insurance guidelines, and also to integrate our standard treatment guidelines in the insurance sector. These are the guidelines for the mandate for that committee. Next slide, please. One more important development, you are all aware already, even IRDAI has shared this. On 31st January 2024, IRDAI has come out with the instruction that all the insurance companies has to give equal status to the Ayush, and all the Ayush care also should be covered under insurance sector. This is the landmark instruction from the IRDAI, and as a consumer, finally he should have the choice of treatment where he wants to choose. So wherever he wants to get treatment, there should be facility, and insurance companies should facilitate for that purpose. One more important aspect of this guidelines is all the existing packages where Ayush is not covered so far, that has to be revisited, and insurance companies have been mandated to revisit their existing packages and realign as per the new instructions. And this is the already, I think IRDAI, Pankaj Sharma has shared these things. At present, total, there are out of 316 packages existing, 259 products are covering Ayush, and with the 81 products are with sublimit, and 178 are without sublimit. This is the information as on 26 January 2024. And the progress we have made is also highly visible, clearly visible in this. In 2018-19, it was 2,859 claims for that financial year from the whole country, and now it has risen to 1,826. I hope with all our joint efforts, we'll make it into 5-folds by the end of next year. That is the mandate for all of us, and if we work together, we will be able to reach these things to the 5-folds. And in terms of money, It was 6.3 crores in 1819 and now it has raised to 75.5 crores in the 2023-24. Next slide. So, what is the current status? At present, 229 Ayush hospitals are being accredited by the NABH. Next slide. These are the number of teaching institutions, 943 under NCISM and 229 postgraduate institutions, hospitals in government sector 3,817 and dispensaries it is around 29,952. Next slide. These are the hospitals, Ayush hospital being supported under the NAM scheme. Next slide. And these are the institutes from the Ministry of Ayush which are taking tertiary care in across the countries from all the systems of medicines. We have first one is we are in the premises of All India Institute of Ayurveda. We have Institute of Teaching and Research in Jamnagar, National Institute of Ayurveda in Jaipur, National Institute of Unani Medicine in Bangalore, National Institute of Siddha, Chennai, and National Institute of Homeopathy at Kolkata. Apart from this, we have their peripheral institute at All India Institute at Goa, and National Institute of Unani is having unit at the Ghaziabad. Like this, we have another co-located facilities under National Health Mission. We have 487 district hospitals where integrated care is there, where Ayush facilities is also given in this 487 district hospital, 458 sub-district hospital, previous slide, and 2,825 community healthcare centers and 3,132 primary healthcare centers and 4,020 other healthcare centers. Apart from this, we have 12,000 Ayush health and wellness centers which are functional at Azan today, and we are target of around 20,000 health and wellness center by the end of this year, and we are achieving. And as a policy, next slide, last slide, Government of India has come out with a decision to establish integrated Ayush center in all the upcoming games, and we have already have some integrated centers at some of the games like Jejjar, where All India Institute has cooperated. And like this, our mandate is to take all these Ayush hospitals under insurance coverage, and our benefit has to reach to the common citizens of the country, and for that our responsibility is huge, and I think we will work together to fulfill our responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for imparting greater insight of Ayush healthcare integration and the existing coverage to our insurance guests. Thank you. Now I take the privilege in inviting Dr. A. Raghu, Deputy Director General at the Director General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, who will be enlightening us about the standard treatment guidelines and ICD codes for insurance sector.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary Ayush, Professor Bijon Misra ji, Chairman National Commission of Indian Store Medicine, Jayan Pujari ji, Chairman National Commission of Homeopathy, Anil Khurana ji, Advisor Ayurveda, Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay ji, and all other dignitaries who present in this sensitization program. As Secretary already mentioned, that Ministry of Ayush has created an Ayush vertical in the Directorate General of Health Services for spearheading the Ayush integration into the healthcare services and the entire healthcare system. So in that context, we have actually initiated, and there was a background for that also, because already, as even Dr. Induchudan mentioned, that even 2010 primary standard treatment guidelines for integrating into the various sectors, including the health insurance sector, has been developed at that time, and later it has been advanced in the context of many new initiatives taken by the Ministry of Ayush. For example, we can say about the Indian Public Health Standards. Ministry of Ayush has initiated, and now it has been culminated for development of the standards, the quality of the services, and even the clinical governance and all aspects of health sector improvement in the entire country. For Ayush, that also has been developed now, Indian Public Health Standards. So one of the mandate in that IPHS is obviously there is a development of the standard treatment guidelines. So in that context, actually, Ministry of Ayush, in convergence with the Directorate General of Health Services, we have initiated the standard treatment guidelines. Can we go to the third slide? Because the first two slides already, Dr. Upadhyay ji already mentioned. One point here, sorry, last slide. Yeah, the patient acceptance and demand, you can see that under the National Ayush Mission, the Ayushman Arogya Mandir Ayush, the patient footfall you can see, which was there in 2021, 4.6 crore, which has been enhanced, increased into 8.89 crores. This itself signifies the role of the Ayush systems, the traditional medicine in the country. So from there, what we are trying to achieve is that there is a correspondingly, there is a need of increasing the standards, there is a need to increasing the quality of care that what we provide. Based on that, can we go to the next slide? There is a decisions to converge the Ayush also into the PMJY. So based on that, there is a consensus and outcome arising from the deliberation between the Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, National Health Authority. There is a committee, technical committee was formulated under the chairmanship of Directorate General of Health Services, and the technical committee chaired by the DGHS there are separate subcommittees to frame the standard treatment guidelines, and accordingly they made the recommendations of various kinds of packages for Ayurveda system, particularly Ayurveda. Can we go to next slide? So the terms of reference for the expert committee was the breakup of the package into elements, the formulation of the national STGs, fraud control guidelines, SOPs, minimum requirements for each procedure, measurable treatment outcomes, surgical and medical management packages, where initially it was suggested to kept in the IP basis, gatekeeping and referral mechanism for some procedures, and even the evolving of the cost of the packages. Next. So these are the major areas where appropriately and appreciably the Ayush have specifically the strengths, respiratory system, GI system, cardiovascular, genitourinary, metabolic, gynecological, dermatological, neurological, communicable diseases, neurodegenerative, ophthalmological, ENT, oral, dental, autoimmune, cancer care, mental health, anorectal and miscellaneous, like the various parasurgical procedures, where there is significant strengths are available as far as Ayurveda and the other traditional medical systems are concerned. Then the Ayush hospital definitions has been as per the existing IRDA guidelines and privileging framework submitted for facility, equipment, doctor and therapists, pre-authorization for in all cases and all packages on IP basis and flat rate or day package approach was adopted by that committee. Obviously, Dr. Rajiv Vasudevan was leading at that time the committee. Then the consideration for a flat rate package design based on the length of stay, it shall depend on the treatment objective, particularly as per the specificities of the traditional medicine. For example, the symptom alleviation, what we call in Ayurveda as Roga Shamana, and disease cure reversal. Then it shall depend upon the strength of the illness, Yoga Bala, as well as the strength of the patient. It may vary from 5 to 30 days. Even for the very chronic neurological conditions, it may require up to 28 days to 30 days of inpatient care. Then average 14 days assumed. Pre-authorization to be renewed for extension beyond initial period, approval period. Then rates should be reasonable considering the different tiers of cities, metro cities, even the lower cities, category 1, 2, 3 towns across the country. Irrespective of the treatment plan, a mix on average one major therapy, because generally we categorize in Ayurveda specifically the treatment regimes adopted in Ayurveda specifically into major therapies and minor therapies. So as per the treatment options available to the physicians, he can choose one major and one minor as per the requirement to the patient, and accordingly the rates can be easily fixed. Then depending on the variables like the place, the desha, this kala, time, metabolic state, the comorbidities of the treatment plan. So based on that, even though it appears to be perceived as very complex, but that committee has clearly worked on certain terms of reference, and based on that they have evolved that standard treatment guidelines. So initially that their recommendation for 289, then it was been reduced to 172 for the inpatient care at the initial stage, and now we have suggested to consolidate with the discussion with the PMJY this NHA to up to 150 packages. The conditions required in the IP management included, and 4 severity levels addressed: immediate symptom alleviation, mild, moderate, and severe. For each severity level, there is a clinical diagnostic criteria as per the traditional medical systems, and even the objective criteria adopted wherever it is feasible. The treatment principles, treatment protocol, preparatory, main, cleansing, and post-main, clinical outcomes to be tracked based on whatever available in the Ayush clinical inventory, the regime, as well as the corresponding modern the clinical inventory scales are also taken into care. Then treatment duration as per maximum and range. Above prepared pan-national team of 45 Ayurveda specialist doctors from various our national institutes are involved, various eminent private players like Kottakkal, Ayurveda hospitals and Ayurveda hospital management associations like that, all are involved in the preparation of these SDGs. Next. So the treatment packages, initially I told that 172, but now we consolidate into 150 disease conditions. For each disease, 3 levels of medical management: mild, moderate, and severe treatment duration. Then the package inclusions and exclusions clearly defined, and the package value as per the duration and per day rate, based on that it was recommended. The fraud control is a very, very specific to whatever the existing guidelines. Ayurveda specific fraud investigation and medical audit manual submitted. Ayurveda specific anti-fraud PMJY guidelines update. That's also, it was indicated. Mandatory pre-authorizations, conditions required IP treatment mandatorily are included with relatively objective clinical criteria and lab parameters. Objective criteria to determine treatment duration. Tight documentation requirements to ensure medical audits are easily performed. Quality certification as per the NHA framework, privileging. Next. Next. So in continuation to that, as I mentioned earlier, that under the chairmanship of the Director General of Health Services, we have undertaken a very massive exercise of preparing the standard treatment guidelines very comprehensively, which can be utilized for all the physicians in the country. We intend to circulate through the National Commission of Indian Institute of Medicines and National Commission of Homeopathy also to the field level practitioners, so that at every level of the practitioner can use this reference document for their day-to-day practice. Based on that, there is a national level committee, and in that committee even the experts from the modern system of medicines, then even the research council, national institutes, and eminent academia, private practitioners included, and there was a different working groups for different systems of medicines, and editorial review board consisted of the professors from the Lady Hardinge Medical College and even this RML hospital. Next. So these are the final 4 standard treatment guidelines for what we publish for the musculoskeletal disorders. So now we have embarked on for the metabolic disorders. These are the major contour of the SDGs, including the, as mentioned, that ICD classification also we have included in it actually. Even the red flag signs. At what stage ideally a practitioner is supposed to know where he has to refer the case into other systems of medicines or even higher centers. That is also very clearly mentioned in the red flag signs. And even the preventive management is a very important aspect of traditional medicines, and that also included in the SDGs. Next. These are the 6 disease conditions currently we have published, that is osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, cervical spondylosis, lumbar spondylosis, fibromyalgia, and adhesive capsulitis. This is now available as an e-book, and we will post this in our website of the Ministry of Ayush as well as the DGHS, and we will request our commissions to widely circulate among all the practitioners in the country. Next. So ICD 11 traditional medicine chapter, as secretary already mentioned, that module 2, that was very clearly indicated in all these, particularly Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani. As and when other systems are also roped in, that we will make an addition to that actually. And it facilitates interdisciplinary learning and treatment options at various healthcare facilities based on essential drug list. Largely we have tried to capitulate for the essential drug list, and wherever the local requirements are, that also we have suggested. So these are the basic way in which we have moved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and great appreciation for putting together comprehensive standard treatment guidelines. Thank you so much. Next, we have industry representation. So far, we have heard the regulator perspective of Ayush Insurance. So now it's time that we look at the hospital perspective of Ayush in insurance. So I request Mr. Rajiv Vasudevan. He's founder and CEO, Apollo Ayurveda Hospitals. He has served as Ayush Chair at CII and is a firm believer of integrative health and precision Ayurveda Chikitsa. May I now invite Mr. Rajiv Vasudevan to share the Ayush Hospital's perspective on penetration of Ayush in insurance sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should begin by acknowledging the enormous gratitude that the entire sector would like to express to Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha and Professor Bijon Mishra for one specific reason. Something which is completely going to be transformational in the growth and change to the sector, which is insurance support, payer support. Right? This has been something for the last 20 years since I've begun in this sector. We've been, working diligently in that area. And it was, and Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha for his wisdom in prioritizing it, conceiving a committee under chairmanship of Professor Bijon and under the secretaryship of, convenership of advisor Upadhyay, because that seems like a small step, but the pace at which over the last 9 months this committee has acted is mind-boggling, and I really would like to place on record the fantastic service this committee has done. In the allotted time, what I would like to do is to just complement whatever has already been presented and bring a few vignettes which are relevant to this whole deliberation. So, if you look at Ayush Medical Services, while I'll be talking primarily on Ayurveda, it should be important to consider that many of the Ayush systems would also be covered here. It is not a one size, it's not a unidimensional view of what Ayush can contribute to the national goal of providing accessibility and also comprehensive healthcare. Today, insurance has become largely dependent on surgical care, tertiary emergency care. We should not forget the fact that 2/3 of healthcare demand today in the country, and this is WHO data, is constituted by people who suffer from conditions which precede acute emergency and which succeeds acute emergency care. What are we really doing for such people? And this is the primary role that, if somebody can put it on full screen, that will be better. Can you put it back and put a control L? Yeah. So if you look at curative care, non-communicable systemic conditions where there's no external thing. I create my own conditions, and these chronic diseases, WHO defines any disease which subsists for more than 3 months as a chronic disease. Today you can see people with 20 years, 15 years, people are carrying the disease. What healthcare are we talking about if we don't have an effective solution for these diseases? Insurance should play its legitimate role in enabling care for these conditions. Select communicable diseases, dengue, chikungunya. I don't want to talk about COVID. During COVID, both prophylactic care and curative care was given to limit the damage that that particular virus could wreak, right? So if you wreak on the population of India, and of course, this was adopted by many Indians across the country, across the world. Standalone rehabilitative care. I bring this, both the integrative and the standalone role. We often forget that after that acute emergency phase, the patient is left to go home. After a stroke, recovery is not going to happen like this. 3 days ALOS in a tertiary or quaternary care hospital cannot get the man back on his feet. Ayurveda and other Ayush systems have got a huge role in rehabilitation, In palliative care, I can show you cases, patients after 12 years of radiotherapy still carrying residual symptoms of that primary care. They're alive, but with very impaired quality of life. Ayurveda can definitely help to, and Ayush can help. Survivorship, end of life care. So we should not ignore in a unidimensional view of healthcare the complete spectrum of healthcare which is there. As we speak, integrative step-down care in a very big way is happening, right? We have been around for 19.5 years. We've been working with leading like Medanta, Apollo, Aster, Sri Shankara Cancer Hospital in appropriately integrative medicine and rehab. I'll show you a range of conditions where this comes. Take chemotherapy. Patients are not able to go through for the full sequence of treatment because the tolerance is not there. Ayurveda and yoga together come in. I can only speak about these systems because I represent them. And we get the patient to a level of strength where they can tolerate the primary treatment. And that is the future, and we should not ignore the role of insurance in enabling. Do not forget the fact that therapeutic wellness, not just that Ayurveda for wellness or Ayush for wellness, but therapeutic wellness which restores well-being, because wellness is an integral part of insurance companies' mandate. When you insure a large number of people, Ayurveda can play a huge role here. Going to the next slide, the gaps in healthcare delivery. We are talking about mainstream. Can you go back to the previous slide? If you look at the mainstream medical conditions addressed, you'll find these are all conditions which are a sample subset. But please note, this is done, treated by almost all the good quality established Ayush hospitals in the country, right? And you can see these are mainstream conditions. You may not go and get admitted and do surgery, or you can't take antibiotics for each one of them. They're long-standing issues. What do patients do for these? And that is exactly where Ayush hospitals have a role to play. Take the next, the bottom layer, integrative care, failed back surgery syndrome. If you take that as a concept, after conventional surgery is done, patient is not improving, multiple surgeries, the pain occurring in the same place. You take traumatic brain injury, road traffic accident, polytrauma. Take neurodegenerative disorders like Parkinson's. Where do people go? Beyond deep brain stimulation. So it is not to say one or the other. What is appropriate in what status? Pediatric developmental disorders, right? These are all conditions that we should definitely support. I can, without going into cases, today we are ignoring this large bulk of healthcare demand. Oncology, inflammatory disorders, metabolic disorders, liver. Today, India is poised to be the diabetes capital of the world after China, right? Is there something that Ayurveda can do through proper panchakarma, not just medicine, right? So this concept, and inoperable cases, refractory conditions, patients cannot suffer. They have to come to Ayurveda. So what is a typical patient profile coming today to Ayush? Typically young people, next slide, yeah. Young 25 to 35, 35 to 45. Internet savvy, upwardly mobile, highly educated people, they come to Ayush today. Just as people from all over the world, right, from the OECD countries, from Europe, I would say, they come to India for Ayurveda and yoga, right? They're not coming for modern medicine care. They come for this because they realize there is something of immense value for disease reversal and sustained well-being. They seek health empowerment. They don't want to be a puppet in some medical system. They want to know how to sustain their own health. They're pro-nature, pro-organic, pro-health. Worried about long-term health impact of short-term treatments done today. So in our urge to approve something, people do suboptimal care. For example, people undergo cesarean delivery just because insurance pays. Is there a way to bring down cesarean delivery rates from 70% plus to the 18% which is prevalent in developed countries? So we need to, Ayush has a role to play. Beyond relief from disease, positive health. My last two slides. The whole debate on why Ayurveda takes time, right? It is done in phases. A long-standing issue which has been created over decades cannot be reversed in a one-day surgery through Ayurveda. There are some conditions you can do, but it should be important to understand that you have a purva karma or the preparatory therapies where you prepare the person for the main therapy. That itself takes about anywhere from 5 to 8 to 10 days, depending on the kind of detox. during this thing, before you get into detox, you have to reduce inflammation. You cannot give it to a person with impaired metabolism. So this phase necessarily takes 8 to 10 days for a chronic severe condition. The next phase is the deep cleansing. There are 5 deep cleansing procedures for the occipital region, for the chest, for the abdomen, and for the lower alimentary canal, the colon, etc. And then there is bloodletting. You saw the leech therapy in one of the rooms. This is selective cleansing. All of this can be done only by preparing the body. And what you get is a deep cleanse. Once you've done this, the body is in unstable equilibrium. You need to bring the body to a stable, good equilibrium. That's called the Brahmana karmas and the Paschat karmas, which stabilizes the body. This ensures the person sustains the benefit which he got from the main treatment. It's not that I just finish the treatment and come out. So this entire thing with a medicated diet and dinacharya and lifestyle counseling through all the care stages. This is why we reverse the etiopathogenesis at the root cause whole person level. So let's go beyond symptomatic relief to root cause disease reversal, and an average length of stay of about 14 days today. I'll just conclude in a minute. So one of the major issues, Mr. Kumar, you've always been concerned about this, as is everybody in the insurance sector. Whenever an insurance claim goes for pre-authorization, good Ayush hospitals will submit a doctor's summary along with that, which establishes with reports the disease severity. Right? The Rogabala is not just a subjective assessment. There are clear objective measures like third-party modern medicine doctor reports, because many patients come as a treatment of last resort. Lab imaging reports which confirm the diagnosis. Patients with multi-morbidities, which is about 50% of patients who come to Ayush today already have multiple morbidities. So the severity is there. The treatment strategy will be well established. The need for panchakarma, this question, when panchakarma is done, you need to admit the person. That is a requirement to ensure that particularly you don't have undesirable or unexpected side effects. You got to monitor the patient. So you have the Rogabala and the Rogibala, the vulnerable patient and the disease severity. Constant monitoring is required. We think that Ayurveda is just some oil massage. I don't like to use the word, but an oil therapy is one of 75, 80 therapies that Ayurveda uses. Not what therapy you use, but the sequence in which you do, with what medicine you use. That's where the skill of the Ayurveda establishment comes in. So I just want to say, this is serious medicine. We have had patients who can go into shock when you administer a rectal enema. Right? So this is not an easy thing to just say tel malish. It is a very, very precision science which has been around for many millennia. Bedbound patients have to be admitted. So the way forward, I would say, promote Ayush healthcare providers to be empaneled into insurance widely, right? Subject to the IRDA guidelines. Cover integrative co-managed care. This is very important because many Ayush centers are co-resident in allopathy centers. So it should not be that there's only one type of care covered. It should be that when the doctors from either specialty sign off on a plan of care, that should be approved under insurance. Otherwise, a patient will be shortchanged by only getting access to one. Co-develop standardized process templates. I know that the GIC is looking at this, and I'm sure that the committee will be working with you on this in this regard. Wellness programs that you run can be turbocharged with Ayush. Don't let go of this great opportunity. Indian system of well-being can be used to take it to the world. Harness medical value travel through Ayush. Insurance companies which have subsidiaries abroad can really work on getting patients to come from OECD countries. Finally, product innovation, whether it is OPD insurance, whether insurance for diabetes, for Parkinson's, you can come with highly targeted, focused products. It's a win-win opportunity for patients, for insurance companies, hospitals, and for India as a whole. I strongly encourage everybody to bring in Ayurveda and Ayush into everything that you do today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. A big round of applause for our industry today.
Actually, thank you so much. I just want to add what Rajiv ji said, what other speakers said, that there is an immense opportunity for the insurance companies who is offering portability of insurance and having either global presence or having tie-up with the global insurance companies of portability. So insurance taken in India, a lot of countries provide cover to those insurances because of this portability and tie up with the other insurance companies. Similarly, global insurance companies also have tie up with Indian insurance companies so that the global patients who is coming from medical tourism, they also have access to their insurance coverages provided to their countries and available for the coverage into treatments offered in India. So I will urge the insurance companies and TP as intermediaries, please consider this opportunity, huge opportunity of including Ayush packages into your portability, negotiations with global insurance companies. It will open up the door for the globe to come to India and having the scientific treatments from the traditional systems of medicine. This is one thing. One more thing I want to request all the insurance companies, because this is a rare opportunity for me, so I could not resist to to speak in between, but I'll just take 1 minute more. That largely what is seen is not a general statement, but largely what is being seen is that the claims which is received by the insurance companies, there's a lot of prohibition because experts sitting on the board are largely allopathic practitioners. They don't understand Ayush or Ayurveda. It is not their fault, but because there is nobody there, so they assess these claims, and then it's like this elephant story that for an elephant, if you look at the elephant from the ear, it looks like a big big fan or something, or if you look at the leg, it could be projected as a big pillar something. So it is something more, it is more than that. So I would urge the insurance companies to consider this opportunity of having more and more inclusion of Ayush packages and validated it through science-backed arguments, that having Ayush experts on board to visualize, to decide about the Ayush claims, it will bridge this gap. Otherwise, there is always jagada going on, some court cases are going on, and this could be reduced at a great length. So that is also one of the requests that I want to convey.
Want to add on to, you see, it is actually a great opportunity, and we would not get the opportunity of Secretary being with us and giving us so much of time. I would urge, I have very eminent insurance companies present in this room who are part of the GI Council. You would be amazed to know, and please correct me because I would like you all to say a few words before the Secretary, leaves us and goes away. You would be amazed to know that many of the Ayush specialists are working for the insurance companies. You will be amazed to know that. And they are actually being extensively used in processing the claims. So it is not that, they don't have experts, they have experts, but there is a gap. That gap needs to be fulfilled because, I always look at Mr. Sampath when I speak about insurance sector, because we all have to understand that insurance as of today in India, very few companies are covering OPD. Mostly they are covering only IPD. And that is where we are trying to work together to understand how Ayush, which is more, as you saw today in the morning also, such a huge institution, 200 beds. Now the point is, you don't need inpatient care. When you don't need, why do you have to purposely give that care? Just to get an insurance cover. So we have to find out a mechanism which is transparent, which is not fraudulent, and it's also scientifically tenable, like what we mentioned. Many foreigners are coming to India to get treated, and their insurance companies are allowing that claim because we are following certain norms which they want in their country to be followed, and we are following it. And their regulator is also as sensitive as our regulator is in our country. So as you must have observed how the regulatory mechanism has matured in our country in terms of insurance, and today we are very fortunate that we again have a very dynamic chairman as the regulator, heading that body, who is constantly trying to understand how by 2047, we have everybody covered under insurance in some manner or the other. So how do we do that? So I would urge, many of you are here, and because we didn't get any representation, of course, our friend from GI Council, Mr. Sampat Kumar, he is going to give a presentation on behalf of the GI Council, but I would urge that because the secretary is here, some of you, if you can speak, and the prominent, standalone, and also the leading insurance companies representatives who are in this room, just your immediate reaction to what the secretary just now mentioned. It will be great to have that kind of a dialogue. We start with who? You? Yes, please.
Sir, I would like to announce once that we have already started the roundtable discussion, so request the mic to be passed on by the volunteers. Thank you.
Yes, you have to use that.
There are hundreds of representatives from the various stakeholders sitting in the next auditorium. They also make it the opportunity to interact and participate, and this is a two-way communication, and that's why this system is converted.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, everybody. I represent Star Health Insurance. We are the largest standalone health insurance provider in the country. At the outset, sir, I thank you for all the initiatives taken by your ministry and on Ayush. Ayush is a very big thing to happen. And as a standalone health insurance company, we have already started, settling claims on Ayush. And, only thing is this presentation before this gentleman who presented about the standard treatment guidelines, the kind of packages which need to do. I think these are all some of the things we wanted to know so that we can formulate, because in the normal allopathic practice, we have a standardized treatment protocol, we have all the guidelines, and we have packages with the hospitals. So we exactly know how the entire pattern of claim settlement happens. But with Ayush being a new thing for us, I think this is all we are learning every day. And these STGs and these packages and all these things will help us, the claim settlement officers, who can actually start looking at it in a more holistic perspective and start settling claims. So it's a very, very welcome thing which you have done, and then we'll be glad if we can have data on that so that we can formulate into our own systems to actually process these claims and take the initiatives forward.
I must confess to you all, when we were discussing about the sensitization program, the secretary specifically mentioned, that Dr. Raghu has to give a presentation. And Dr. Raghu did a wonderful job as usual, because secretary is all the time guiding him. What I want to tell you all is that you all have to suggest to us, how do we move forward in terms of getting people like Dr. Raghu and other experts on board and handhold you all to understand, and then make the process more not only easy and friendly, but make it more compatible with what your processes demand. So that is what we want to do as our next sensitization program as we move on. So these kind of recommendations should come forward so that we can again share it with secretary and develop the design and go ahead to do it on a fast pace, because we are on a supersonic speed, let me tell you that. We want to do something as soon as possible, and how you can cooperate, that is what today's program is all about.
Absolutely, sir. We are all with you. I think one of the points which was raised to us that a doctor's summary with a detailed diagnosis to be submitted during a claim. This is a very, very critical document for us, because for any allopathic claim, I'm sure gentlemen sitting in this room will echo my opinion, is that whenever you get a pre-auth, the first thing doctors look at it is what is the history of the patient, what is the diagnosis, what is the treatment line offered by the hospital. If a same pattern can be adopted by Ayush hospitals, and that will make our process easier. As Bijay sir was very eloquently saying that some of the insurance companies have hired BAMS doctors for claim. In fact, we have a lot of BAMS doctors in our organization who actually do processing of claims. So for them, this will be more interesting subject, because they have learned it for almost 5 years. And in addition to that, these SDGs and these packages all put together will form a document which will be really helpful when claim settlement happens. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Amit Jain from Aditya Birla Health. So, first of all, sir, very comprehensive presentations made by everyone. I came here with 3 questions in mind. First was, what should be a network? How do you define standard treatment guidelines? And third, how do we eliminate frauds? And I think most of them have been answered here. Yeah, so I came with 3 questions here. Okay, so 3 questions in mind. One, how will we define a network? Second, how do you define standard treatment guidelines? And third, how do we minimize frauds? As we know, in insurance, there are many frauds. So I feel a lot of those have been answered. To answer your question, Mr. Mishra, we have to fast track it so that we work along with the ministry and you, and we get them on ground on execution very fast. So that's very important for us. Second thing, sir, which I picked up, and this is important because we drive a lot of wellness in our company. So very important point which you raised, that how do we drive, and Mr. Vasudevan also, how do we drive wellness and convert IPD to OPD becomes very important, because there is a lot of pain which the customer goes when they are in IPD. So that's a very important takeaway from me when I go back and we look at our wellness programs. How do we integrate both allopathy and Ayush to drive some of those of our programs? So I'm looking forward to, sir, all these presentations been given to us so that internally we educate our people who drive different parts of the organization, get them on board so that we run very fast along with you.
Good you introduced yourself, because I was looking out for you, by the way. You know, because I spoke to your MD and he said a very competent person is going, and don't worry, he will take care of our needs. So I'm very happy to hear that. So why don't you all, within yourself take that kind of a leadership where we can develop those kind of processes in place in the next 1 month, 3 months, and then move forward, and you all can take a leadership, because you all are key movers within the GI Council. I sit in the executive committee. I see your MD very active. So I would definitely like your organization to take that leadership. And of course, Tapan, the chairman of GI Council, has sent his regards. He is in Berlin. He couldn't make it. Time didn't allow him to also join on the net. So Tapan will again, when he comes back, he likes to meet you also personally to thank you for this kind of a sensitization program. So we will continue doing that. So
one gap area, what you mentioned, we could find out that actually there is a need of sensitization of the sector also. So many players, they are aware, but so much more they don't know the procedure, like a clinical note from the attending doctor is required for the pre-authorization. So those sensitization, I would urge Professor Mishra and his team to look at this possibility and how we can sensitize this sector, and upgrade them, train them for this possibility. This is also a gap that we would like to address. Anybody else who want? Yes, please.
Yeah, Sunil Gala. Good afternoon, everybody. With this seminar, I am actually surprised the way the Ayush treatment, the OPD and IPD that has been taken by having a round of walkthrough with the hospital. Being an MBBS doctor, for last 18 years of my experience in health claims with the GI and a standalone insurance company, this was the first visit in a hospital, that to an Ayush hospital, Ayurvedic hospital. Well, lot of footfalls, lot of patients. I was really surprised this kind of a tremendous response that the people are looking for an Ayush treatment. At least this is a अपना बोलते हैं कि this is the standard treatment. The allopathic treatment is bought from outside India, and our own treatment has been not taken by the patients, which is good thing that I've seen this. My takeaway in this seminar is one is the standard treatment guidelines, which is very much required for the industry for processing the claims. One. Second is perfect documentation in terms of daily reporting of the patient's detail in the records, which is very, very much required. I have seen cases where 20 days of hospitalization mentioned in a single page.
City Hall, City Hall, City Hall, City Hall, nothing else, which is, and a claim amount of 2.5 lakhs. And we go with the documentation. We have never see the patients. We require the documentation, day-to-day activity, what has been done. We judge the admissibility of the claim or need of an hospitalization at that time. So these two things are very, very important. Second is NABH accredited hospitals is required nowadays for the standard treatment guidelines and maintaining the medical records, which is very, very important. This is my takeaway on this. Thank you. No, it was being instructed not to take any photographs.
There is no prohibition, you know.
No, that I agree. Being a doctor, we should not, until unless if we have taken a consent from the patient. Yeah, that has been registered in my mind. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate the mute kar dijiye, your conference. Muted. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of today's event from the team Ayush and Ministry of Ayush. And I'd like to congratulate them for this tremendous revolutionary step what they've taken from the past 11 years. So practically, there are two groups of people who will be the beneficiary of this tremendous step. One are the corporate Ayurveda hospitals and one will be the doctors like me. I'm Dr. Ayush, I'm the founder director of Ayush Ayurveda Super Specialty Hospital from Bareilly. The people sitting in the conference hall are actually representing the corporate Ayurveda hospitals like Ayurveda or Cortical. But there are around 4 lakh Ayurveda doctors who are practicing right from the metros to Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities. When we are planning or drafting any of the policies, we should take care that every revolutionary step will be revolutionary only when the beneficiary includes everyone from the Ayurveda community. The second suggestion what I would like to add is, for removing the fraud, can we go for black box study design type, like for any particular disease like Janusandhigapat or osteoarthritis of knee? We can have a set of treatment protocol what can be followed. If anybody is practicing Talpankarm in Janusandhigapat, then definitely he is going for a fraud. And more or less, in classics, like in women, the Islam should be done from 3 to 7 days. So such standard guidelines for the duration can be set to remove the fraud, and complete detail, day-to-day detail of the treatment protocol should be handed over to the patient during the discharge summary, which will be beneficial. And I would also request the Insurance Regulatory Department and Ministry of Ayush to please reduce the guidelines in terms of investment of the cost. Because when we are talking about the corporates like big hospitals like Apollo, Medanta, they can invest in crores. But a doctor like me, if he want to practice or get the benefit of insurance, they cannot invest in crores while establishing a hospital. So reducing the number of beds and even reducing the NABH guidelines to make it practically feasible and to reduce the fraud, we should go for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, you know, that is why we were talking about sensitization, capacity building, which will be taken up. And then, you know, here we have a CEO of NABH, you know, he is also here. NABH participation is also ensured. So your suggestion is well taken, but I'm not sure whether you are aware or not, but NABH has recently rolled out entry-level certification for the practitioners who is not corporate, who is not big, just entry-level. So we encourage all the practitioners to start from entry-level and then go for further accreditations. And last thing that I want to convey is that it is a myth that to get accreditation of NABH you need crores of rupees. It is not right. It is not that complicated. Please look at those guidelines. They are not complicated at all. And I urge all the practitioners who is listening to this, please look at the accreditations. Actually, it brings in quality things into our practices, and our patient work, our patient care gets lot of quality perspective. It is required. Unless we improve in the quality areas, we will not be able to compete, or we will not be able to prove ourselves. So my request to all the, not only corporate but all of the sector is is being included, and we look forward for the great participation of the all the stakeholders. You may have seen that this committee on ABPMJY also has participation of Ayurveda Practitioners Association of India. So it's not just corporates, all of them were onboarded, and I ensure that capacity building will be also taken up. And I also request CEO NABH to look at this suggestion, how to make the things more and more simplified without compromising with the quality. Yeah, that is what we want to know. Thank you.
शिवान जी, मैं एक वर्ड बोलना चाहूँगा। ये आज का जो दिन है ऐतिहासिक दिन है, जो कि प्रकृति के कारण जो आयुर्वेद है उसको चिकित्सा को वास्तविक में चिकित्सा व्यवस्था जो देखा था हेल्थ केयर, अभी तक जो आरोग्य रोग के आधार पर जो चिकित्सा की जाती है, आरोग्य अब ये हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम वास्तव में आने वाला है। और जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट होता है, जो प्रकृति के आधार पर ही जो विकास होता है वो हो सकता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये माननीय सचिव महोदय के नेतृत्व में, और आप सभी का धन्यवाद, आपने ऐसा ऐतिहासिक लिया जिसमें छोटे जो आयुर्वेद के लोग अभी इस क्रिया के बाद टैलेंट भी इस क्षेत्र में आने लेंगे। आयुर्वेदिक चिकित्सा सेवा में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अच्छे लोग आएंगे, हमारे सेक्टर का ग्रोथ भी होगा। अभी जो मैं एक चीज़ थोड़ा सा भी जो ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता था, आयुर्वेद चिकित्सा केवल सिर्फ ये 2 दिन हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन से ठीक होने वाली व्यवस्था नहीं है, ये 5 दिन में नहीं होता है। हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन इसमें 10 डे, 15 डे, 30 डे चाहता है। तो इस आधार पर अगर हम अगर हम हेल्थ सेक्टर, अगर हम प्रोस्पेक्टिव से देखें, इंश्योरेंस के पॉइंट ऑफ से देखें, तो उनको ज़्यादा दिन का स्टे करना पड़ेगा और पेशेंट पर बर्डन ज़्यादा पड़ेगा। तो इंश्योरेंस का अगर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू को उनको भी खर्चे ज़्यादा होंगे, और जो भी हॉस्पिटल है उसको सर्विस भी ज़्यादा देना पड़ेगा। तो क्या ऐसा कोई शॉर्टकट में अगर हम देखें तो जो डे केयर का एक कॉन्सेप्ट आता है जिसमें पेशेंट को इजीली आके ट्रीटमेंट ले भी लेता है, उसका इलाज भी हो जाता है, हॉस्पिटल को उसे ज़्यादा सर्विस नहीं देना, मतलब सिर्फ टू दी पॉइंट ट्रीटमेंट ही देना पड़ता है, और इंश्योरेंस को सिर्फ जो ट्रीटमेंट का उसी का कास्ट बियर करना पड़ रहा है। थैंक यू। सो बस इसी तरह। और मैं एक और लाइन, ये जो प्रोटोकॉल डेवलप किया गया है बहुत अच्छा है। अभी तक जो ये गाइडलाइंस बनती, मैंने देखता है कि जो इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के जो प्रोटोकॉल बने हुए वो है उसके आधार पे बने हुए हैं, एलोपैथिक डिजाइन पे। हमारा जो प्रोटोकॉल हो हमारे अनुसार, जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि उसके एक पेज में, तो वो जो पेज बनना चाहिए, कैसा क्या फिलअप होना चाहिए, अगर वो गाइडलाइन मिल जाती है तो इट इज टू ओके कि हमें अच्छे से उसको प्रोवाइड कर सके। बना देंगे सर, वो भी कर देंगे। थैंक यू
Sir, I am conducting in hospital in Trichur, Kerala, 20-bed hospital. So recently we are getting good amount from the insurance. But last 2 months, I refused 2 insurance. The reason is, they have mentioned this is not need for hospitalization. The case in Ayurvedic concept is osteoarthritis, stage 1. So stage 1 is a severe pain and inflammation. But modern aspect, they need only some medicine and complete. But our Ayurvedic aspect is not go to the stage 2. So what happened, we can some ubanaha and some rest, and also some special type of fermentation, and medicine is required. At least 7 days inpatient is required. This is the difference of the Ayurvedic treatment. So what is the benefit of that? The 7 days you give it the treatment, Ayurvedic treatment, it is not go to the stage 2, stage 3. And how much amount you are osteoarthritis, insurance companies are given? Stage 4, sir. So you reduce, suppose you have started the stage 1 onwards to the Ayurvedic treatment, you save huge amount and productivity also. This is my experience. This is the difference of the Ayurvedic concept. That also will think it up, sir.
Ramnathanji, you are right. Actually, I would like to place some interesting facts on record, that there is a joint study of Charité University, Germany, and CCRS, Central Council for Research in Ayurveda Sciences, our research council. And this study was done at both the countries, in Germany and in India, as a multi-center study on osteoarthritis. And this study, over the 6 weeks of period intervention, the study found that there is a great reduction into the disability, pain, inflammation, and quality of life of the patient with simple Pindasvedam and Ashwagandha. So you are right, there is a science behind it. The problem is that we need to communicate in a scientific language, and that is what we look towards the DGHS office, that they have recently published this STG, and there are a lot of STG already done. So it is a dynamic document, so they should work on it very enthusiastically and very fast take mode, so that these problems do not occur. Another thing I want to also mention that in Public Health Foundation of India, Dr. Srinath Reddy and his team, they did a very extensive study on post-MI rehabilitation through yoga and Ayurveda, and it is very well documented, published. So post-MI rehabilitation is a big cost. Insurance companies are paying thousands of or lakhs of rupees in India and lakhs of dollars across the globe. So this intervention, they have found that yoga and some simple lifestyle modification has the same outcome as post-MI rehabilitation, which is popularly done globally and standardized. So these types of evidences also we should put on record, and then we should further firm up so that insurance companies are aware to take this up. That is what we need to do it. Thank you. So we are actually running out of time. We can take a couple of...
May I, sir? First of all, on behalf of Kottakkal Ayurvedishala and Managing Trustee Dr. P.M. Warrior, I take this opportunity to congratulate the entire team for making this great event, a landmark event, as the Secretary has said it already. Now, sir, coming to some of the points, we have been giving insurance claims to a lot of patients for a long time. Say, 90 onwards for that matter, before all this happening. Now, recently, there are a lot of queries coming. Especially one is regarding for the attention of insurance people, please. Registration certificate of a doctor is required. They ask for it. Two things. One is their qualification certificate. Other one is the state council registration. Second is pharmacy bill. Actually, Ayurveda pharmacy, there is no registration required. A doctor can run a pharmacy and that bill will not have a registration number. For information, please. Then OP consultation papers. It is not mandatory because a patient can be on online consultation and even on correspondence consultation, then later turned out to be a inpatient who comes from abroad or from the other part of India, need not come to Kottakkal or such other place, I mean to say, and have consultation. And what happens here in this case is, what we do to make things easier, the day of arrival we make a consultation and that is sent to the insurance company whenever it is asked for. So we keep it as a standby document. Then another question comes is, why X-ray not done in the case of frozen shoulder? Maybe it is already done 3 months ago. Our Vaidya may not require that at that point of time. That is not done. Another, why MRI not done? Then another question, why hormone study not done? Then why GTT not done? Why HbA1? Like investigation related questions we do get. Even then it is treated by a doctor Vaidya with 30 years of clinical experience, and they keep asking such questions. And another thing is, sir, just for information of all those August great insurance heads who are here, for information, these treatments are based on manpower actually. If you say one pitchil or oleation, what is it, sir said, it depends on the prerogative of the treating doctor, how many people should be employed. One. Number two, there will be a lot of external medications and internal medications. Now, just for clarity of sake, I'll just mention how does it work for information, little more details about. One is manpower. The other one is ingredient cost. Putting the cost of Navara rice today is 200 rupee per kg, and 1 kg potli costs around, you can make only 8 kg out of 1 kg. So that is another cost. Just explaining. Shastik Binda, Sweda I am telling about. Preparation cost, supervisory charges, power, oil, therapy room costs, housekeeping costs, linen costs, disposable and otherwise, fixed and variable other costs, establishment costs, manpower direct and indirect, admin and statutory costs, cost for quality once again, institutional costs. Almost 15 to 20 components are taken into account while fixing the cost of a particular treatment. And we at Cortical have almost 320 types of treatments with various human power combination, 1 man, 2 men, even at a point of time 6 people at a time are deployed on a patient. So 6 men will be working on a patient with, say, let's put it Thyladhara Pichil, 4 for Pichil and 2 for Dara. So it works out to be 6 people, and that will be costing, say, 4,500 rupees. And average cost of a therapist per hour, we have already given the data, it's around 1,650 rupees per hour. Just therapy cost. So that works out to be the actual figure. I mean, it's all.
Actually, this discussion is actually being happened in the afternoon sessions.
Sorry, sir.
So it's okay. And your inputs are well taken.
Sir.
My request to all the stakeholders, including Kottakkal, that we cannot argue that our Vaidyas are experienced, so we'll not do HbA1c or this and that. Is not right. There should be some criteria, objective criteria, and we cannot argue. We have to fall in line. Otherwise, all this discussion will go in vain. So with due respect, that you a very old institution and serving the country since long, and you have a lot of reputation. I know that there is a 6 month or 8 months of waiting time. I must convey that a lot of time I get phone call to to facilitate, and that there is a huge waiting. We want to go there, and I call
Dr. Warrior.
Dr. Warrior, and Dr. Warrior facilitates. So it's not your reputation, but for the entire sector, we need to look at the standards. We look at the objective assessment criteria. We cannot do anything subjective, and then scaling up is possible. Otherwise, things there is always a gray area where we question each other, and that should not be right.
Thank you, sir.
So I just wanted to add that, as we said, we have already set up another committee. Dr. Sareen, where are you? Are you in this room? Yeah, please recognize Dr. Sareen. Please look at him, all of you who are in the hospital service, because we have been craving to have the data from you. We are not getting the data. Now, if you don't share your data, how do you expect us to help you? So I would urge, also NABH to help us, because many of the NABH accredited hospitals and certified hospitals have not responded to the questionnaire which we have sent. And that goes a bit against us, in terms of our activity.
We have shared.
Huh?
We have shared.
No. Thank you. But I am looking at people inside this room as champions, not as individuals. You're not talking on behalf of your organization, you're talking on behalf of your fraternity, your cluster. So, please get in touch with Dr. Sareen to ensure that in the next 1 week, at least we are able to complete that work which we are planning to do, because we need a data, we need evidences to move forward. As Secretary mentioned, we can't get away saying that we can't do this. No, we have to find a way. We'll have to find a way. Very good, very good.
Can we get one question from the other auditorium and the one from here? Online? No, not online.
Online also.
Online, yes.
How many participants?
We request if we have any guest who would like to put forward their question. So we invite online participants or the participants from the other mini auditorium. Put it on the chat.
It's a privilege for me. Ayush Sharma, faculty, California College of Ayurveda in US. Have been working there for about more than 30 years. My one point was, which I wanted to draw attention of all of the August, from Honorable Secretary Ayush also. This was a golden idea. You see, one doctor, for example, Dr. Dean Ayush, who was a leading cardiologist in US, he wrote a book called Bypassing Bypass, and he incorporated all the yogic and Ayurvedic perspectives in lifestyle package, and many of the insurance companies, and he was able to create a documentation that how he was able to reverse the bypass surgeries and save millions of dollars of health insurance companies and of the patient too. So a similar modus of operandi if we follow in India and pinpoint some of the insurance companies and create a kind of a marriage between clinical institutes and the insurance companies and compile a clinical database, disease oriented. We can identify certain diseases and do that kind of a collaboration to validate the entire efficacy of Ayurveda. That is one aspect. The other thing I wanted to draw attention is there is a big organization called API, American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. There are doctors of Indian origin, a very big, powerful lobby in that country, where many of the doctors even today, they are so wealthy that they own their own health insurance companies, like Humana, for instance. The one is Dr. Kiran Patel, who was also president of API, American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. So if you are and those insurance companies like Humana, they are very keenly ready and looking forward to have a marriage, a collaboration with the, say, Department of Ayush, also Ministry of ISM can take an initiative with them. And people who come to India frequently, in the name of medical tourism, if we make a marriage between the Indian insurance companies and the American insurance companies, that collaboration possibility is there and there is a willingness. So we have to, this is just an idea. So I'm sharing this thought. This is going to be a win-win situation for Ayurveda community at large, for the patients and for the insurance companies too, because it will be so cost effective. So that was my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. And now,
any comments on this? I'll be
okay.
Happy to hear. I'll appreciate if anybody or Dr. Kotecha could comment on this, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We can have couple of participation from virtual participation. I can see. If you want to contribute, Arvind ji, can you hear us? Yes. उदय जी, आप जरा शॉर्ट में बताइए, उदय कुलकर्णी जी.
Muted. Thank you, Dr. Saab.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. The thing is regarding that Excel sheet prepared and shared with all practitioners and Ayurveda colleges. The list, that Excel sheet is prepared according to the 2016 guideline. So many indicated therapies are not mentioned in that. So that has to be revised. I already discussed with Dr. Sarin and Dr. Panda as well regarding this. So just a request regarding that. Second thing, this is a sensitization program. So just want to let all the stakeholders, especially insurance companies, know that still basically I'm a surgeon and Ayurvedic urologist. So many times personally I get queries regarding that how can an Ayurvedic practitioner perform urological procedures, then surgeries as well. Nowadays I'm getting less queries, yes that's true, but still we are regularly getting such queries that Ayurvedic practitioner is not entitled to do surgeries. So that way, so it's not like that. Basically surgery started from Ayurveda. Maharishi Sushruta is supposed to be the father of surgery. So that way, yes, we are entitled, we are authorized to do many surgeries. Even government is backing that by that gazette recently published. So we are entitled to, we are authorized to perform surgeries and Ayurvedic urological procedures as well. So that was the thing. Thank you.
Now we will have one last response before we conclude.
Yes, sir. Muted.
ब्रीफ में कहिए आप जो भी आपको इनपुट देना हो, वेरी वेरी ब्रीफ.
So they're checking it already.
सर्वेश्वर बोलिए. बोलिए सर्वेश्वर. बोलिए.
Are we audible to the online participants? So then we may take one guest from here and we could conclude that.
I'm just sharing some aspects which we had earlier done also. Because regarding this protocol and revision, just I'm sharing from 2010 and 2016 discussions with the industry sector also. Because I'm Dr. Indajudan, I had introduced earlier. I'm Dr. Indajudan, I'm Treatment Standardization and Accreditation Committee convener of Ayurveda Hospital Management Association. And I'm a National Tourism Task Force member of FICCI and Ayurveda Vaspid State Secretary also. Actually, in 2010, I'm just some doubts somebody has told, then there is a gap between the industry, Ayurveda sector and the insurance sector, that's why. Actually, in 2010, when we presented this, I was a part of delegation of Ayush to the General Insurance Council. At that period, then what they asked was, 5 headings what they asked. Because these Ayurvedic people in the afternoon section, then it's okay. Okay, we can discuss.
Close because there is a continuation because we will be sitting till the evening.
Yeah.
So I request
Muted.
the Tripta to conclude this session and then we can continue after lunch. One thing I want to for the physical participation, I want to convey that this hall is very small. But हमारे दिल में जगह है, जगह कम है लेकिन दिल में जगह ज़्यादा है, तो inconvenient. In the afternoon we will continue. Tripta, please close.
We are at the cusp of a significant transformation in healthcare. Today's sensitization program is a step towards realizing this vision. With the insightful sessions and expert opinions, we now move towards the end of the event. To conclude this memorable event, I would like to invite Dr. Alka Kapoor, Deputy Medical Superintendent, All India Institute of Ayurveda, to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Honorable Secretary Sir, respected dignitaries, Director Ma'am, and my dear friends, it is both an honor and a privilege to extend a vote of thanks on this momentous occasion. Today we gathered here at All India Institute of Ayurveda for a vital sensitization program that marks a significant milestone in recognizing and integrating the scientific foundations of Ayush treatments within our healthcare and insurance frameworks. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Secretary Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji for entrusting AIIA with this significant event, sir. Sir, your gracious presence and insightful opening remarks have set a profound tone for our discussions. Your leadership in promoting Ayush nationally and internationally is truly inspirational, sir. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to your team of distinguished leaders also, like advisor Kaustubh Upadhyay sir, for their invaluable support and contributions to this program. I am grateful to the chairman of NCISM, Vaidya Depujari sir, and dignitaries from NABH for honoring us with their gracious presence. A special thanks goes to Professor Bijen Kumar Mishra sir, chairman of the core group of experts for insurance, for setting an insightful agenda. I also extend my gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Raghu, Dr. Rajiv Vasudevan sir, for their enlightened sessions. Heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Paul, MD EBDTC, and Dr. Ramanathan, President AMMOI, CEOs, and heads of the insurance companies who took time from their busy schedules to join us today. Your engagement and willingness to consider Ayush treatments in insurance coverage are crucial for its broader acceptance and integration. I also express my heartfelt appreciation to the owners of big hospitals who participated. Your openness to integrating Ayush treatments and your presence here is testament to your commitment to holistic and affordable healthcare for the society. I am profoundly grateful to our visionary leader, Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri ma'am, under whose exceptional leadership AII has reached new heights, making it possible to host this esteemed program here. Her exemplary professionalism serves as an inspiration to us all. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all the participants who have joined online and offline and contributed to the rich discussions and shared their valuable perspectives. Thank you so much. I would like to extend my gratitude to our media partners and PR team. Your commitment of sharing our messages broadly helps further our goal of integrating Ayush into mainstream healthcare awareness. Thank you. Thank you for your pivotal role in making this event a success. I extend my deepest thanks to all the AIIA team members. Lastly, to all volunteers, AIIA and Ayush team members. As we close this program, let us carry forward the insights and knowledge we have gained to further advocate for implementing and scientifically backed Ayush treatments in our services and policies. Together, we can make a significant impact on the health and well-being of our communities. Yes. Thank you once again. Thank you one and all.
And we are also thankful to Dr. Khurana and many leaders, NCI, Dr. Kochar, and everyone who joined, all the leaders. And it is not the closing the remark, but we are just breaking both the teams, even in the auditorium and in this conference hall, for breaking for the lunch. So at 2:30 we'll be assembling again, and we'll reserve all our question interactions for the post-lunch session, so that does not become drowsy.
Thank you, ma'am. To add on little more, yes, I would like to share that the lunch for the people, the guests here in this room, is arranged at first floor, and the lunch for all the guests sitting in the mini auditorium is arranged at 6th floor. So yes, kindly proceed accordingly. And this is just the end of session 1. We meet again at session 2, 2:30.
And we
Thank
request Secretary Sir to please felicitate Chairman NCISM who joined. Please give big round of applause. And जगह यहाँ कम है, लेकिन लंच के लिए जगह बहुत बड़ी है. दिल में भी और लंच के लिए बड़ी जगह है. Please enjoy your lunch, and that is again healthy and tasty as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
जो किट है, बिकॉज ऑफ द स्पेस वी कुड नॉट गिव, बट वी विल डेफिनेटली लाइक टू हैंड ओवर टू ईच एंड एवरीवन. आपका जो एक ना हमारे वॉलंटियर्स के साथ सभी को मिल जाएगा. थैंक यू.
प्लीज डू दी कर दी. हेलो हेलो हेलो.
Check, check, check.
JS हैं JS BK Singh and Bijon sir.
Dear guests, all those who have taken the last seats, could you please take the seats on the front? Please occupy the seats on the front rows, please. All those in the last few rows, please occupy the seats in the front rows. Thank you.
Trial version. Trial version. Trial version.
This conference will now be recorded.
We'll start in another 2 minutes. All those in the last rows, please occupy the seats in the front rows. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Esteemed dignitaries, participants, and senior faculty members who have also joined us virtually, all the guests virtually present here. I welcome you all back as we continue the journey of sensitization. This novel and service-oriented objective of including Ayush treatments in insurance coverage is a significant step towards achieving the One Health initiative and ensuring comprehensive and inclusive health for all, which is both accessible and affordable. I welcome you all once again back to the event. And now with post-lunch session, we have with us our esteemed guest, Mr. Bishwajit Kumar Singh Ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Ayush. Please give him a huge round of applause. We welcome you to this institute and this event, sir. We also have with us Mr. Bijon Kumar Mishra, sir, Chairman of Core Group for Insurance in Ayush, Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyaya, sir, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Mr. Segar Sampat Kumar Ji, Director Health from General Insurance Council, Professor Dr. Tanuja Manoj Nesri ma'am, Director All India Institute of Ayurveda, and also we have with us Mr. Mukund Kulkarni Ji, Head of Health IIBI, who's virtually joining with us. I welcome all the dignitaries to the event again. Because in the morning half we could not have the opportunity to welcome our guest BK Singh sir, may I kindly request Professor Dr. Tanuja Manoj Nesri ma'am to felicitate and welcome our Joint Secretary, Mr. Bishwajit Kumar Singh Ji, to this event. Kindly accept our token of gratitude, sir. I request the dignitaries also to join on the dais. Not to waste much of time, I would like to briefly introduce you all to Mr. B.K. Singh, sir. Sir received his Masters in Public Policy and Management from Netherlands and has served as Joint Secretary at MHRD and was posted as Commissioner, Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti. He worked as Principal Secretary, School Education Department, Jammu and Kashmir for 2 years and also served as Chairman, National Institute of Open Schooling. With his massive experience into policy making, we find ourselves fortunate to have him with us for this event today. Without wasting much time, may I please call upon Mr. B.K. Singh, sir, to deliver the opening remarks and set the stage for today's post-lunch event. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Just I would like to say few words only because it's already delayed to some extent. Insurance in case of allopathic medicines and is already there, and it's quite available, accessible and available to most of the patients in our country also. In case of European, you can see it is mandatory. You land at the airport and then it will start, whether you have insurance or not. In case of our country, it is not so widely taken up by the population, but still, in case of allopathy, it is in good way. In case of Ayush system, it is nascent, and we should be very thankful to Mishra Sahab that in last year we have one first notification regarding insurance, and that basically crystallized the issue, how we can proceed with. And in that sequence only, this event has been arranged to sensitize all the stakeholders, not only hospitals and all these things, but insurance companies and through media in mass in general. I hope that finally products will be there, their accessibility will be, and finally not only accessible but acceptable also. And it will be taken up in a big way and provide succor to the patients who are really needing them. Only one question, things I would like to remind that in case at the time of making the products and its accessibility, we must see the cost in practical terms. In case of NHA and other what they are doing, the cost is quite very difficult for patients. We say that we have a lot of targeting, we have a lot of aggregation, and that's why we get good prices. That is true. But still, at the time of making the products, you must see that most of things are covered. I would not like to elaborate more. I think I have given the message so that product is really available to patients. That is all request, and I wish all success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rohini, that stands for Registry of Hospitals and Network of Insurance, serves as a centralized database that maintains information about hospitals participating in health insurance networks, leveraging a seamless communication between insurers, TPAs, and hospitals. We are honored to have Mr. Mukund Kulkarni, sir, virtually joining us with us. Sir is Head of Health IIBI. He's an ex-army veteran and a medical doctor with an overall experience of 26 years. He has worked for domains of insurance, occupational health, wellness, global capacity outsourcing, clinical medicine, defense services, and academic sectors at a global level. He has done his medical graduation from prestigious Grand Medical College, Mumbai, and also hold a business management credential from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. We are extremely honored to have Mukund sir to take us through the journey of onboarding Ayush hospitals onto the Rohini platform. Over to you, sir. Hello? Sir, your slides are not visible yet. Yes, sir, it's visible.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So I belong to the Insurance Information Bureau of India.
Can we have it on? Can we have it on the slide share, please? It's not on. It's not on full screen, sir.
Right. So Rohini is basically the register of hospitals, which we started basically to allow the insurance company access validated network of hospitals. products and also improve the access. That's the idea. And hence the mission, IIB's vision is to be the analytical hub of the health insurance industry in India. One of the products, definitely Rohini. The content for today is basically a collaboration between health insurers and hospitals is very crucial. And today we do not have that kind of control or a direct association between the two stakeholders. And that's where it's important to create a symbiotic network which can help all stakeholders. This was a thought behind why Rohini was created. And because of the absence of accessible repository in the past, there was a need to create this. It's basically a network of hospital where the hospital comes up and registers itself along with submitting its basic details. I'll talk about that. And then gets validated by the insurance industry. And once it gets validated, it gets registration number. And that unique registration number is used to tag that hospital in all data sets. It is useful because most of the health insurance claims experienced in fraud, waste, and abuse are related to provider-driven triggers. And this indirectly, a validated repository helps in preventing that. It's not only controlling, it's preventing that because you're not getting claims from a non-Rohini network hospital if you maintain this network. But if there are claims coming from non-network hospital, accessing Rohini registry can easily point out that the hospital is not a part of Rohini. And that itself is a red flag for the health insurers to go and check and investigate further. So how does it work? Like I said, it's a one-stop. It's a complete paperless thing. There is no paper exchange happening for registration. It gets completely validated by the current players, which is either the insurance companies, they validate themselves, or their outsourced TPAs who validate that. And there's a standard empanelment process for any hospital or a daycare center across India. This validation is also online and it happens as per their current empanelment standards. So if any hospital is already...
Check. Sorry to disturb, sir. The slides aren't changing.
Slides are not changing?
No.
Okay, let me reload.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah. So as I said, this validation happens as per the prevalent standards which are applied by the health insurance companies and the TPAs at that moment. So which indirectly means that there is no hospital in the registry which is not validated by any of the insurance companies. Also, there are multiple TPAs and multiple insurance companies. Even one validation of any one health insurance company or TPA makes the hospital eligible to get registered under Rohini. So the way the registration process works is a 5-step process. The hospitals will apply on Rohini platform, and I'll show the screenshot and the link of the platform in the next slide. And second, during the registration process itself, the hospital is asked whether it is already empaneled with any of the insurer or the TPA. If the answer is yes, they can select the name of the insurer or the TPA on the panel itself. In case they are not registered, it's a first-time registration, then they can connect with Rohini helpline, which is run by IIB, and IIB can guide them to how to get empaneled across the health insurance companies or the TPAs. Once that is done, the validation is done, then there's a second level check done at IIB, specifically the documents submitted to IIB at the time of registration. And after everything is satisfactory, there's an allocation of a unique number, which we call as GLN number or global location number for the defined subscription period. The subscription period is 3 years. And during renewal, there is no validation unless there has been some major incident of either the hospital is labeled as a blacklisted one or a fraudulent one by the insurance companies, or the hospital ceases to exist, or it has completely changed the ownership, or there are a lot of major changes happen. Unless that happens, the renewal process after 3 years is almost automatic with just the payment of the renewal fees. So this is as simple as that. How does it benefit the insurers? As I said, this is the only validated pan-India network of verified hospitals today. When I say verified, it's verified by the insurance companies or the TPAs. It also allows a search facility for the insurers, so which means they can look at probably locations where there are hospitals available and they don't have enough business. That becomes an untapped opportunity for them. And also it allows us to optimize their provider contracting and utilization. Now, this is a little futuristic thing. We will start looking at enhancements in Rohini that can help the health insurance companies to tap even granular level information from the hospitals, will help them in contracting better with them. How does Rohini help or benefit the hospitals? As I said, it becomes a health insurance validation process for them, which means they will be able to participate in the health insurance ecosystem. Clearly, companies can allow cashless facility in network hospitals registered in Rohini. And of course, a futuristic business of contracting opportunity with the insurers. That's a portal which will work both ways. It will also allow the hospitals to look at which all insurance companies are present, and they can also ask for more information about those through the helpline numbers. As on now, the impact has been there 40,000 plus hospitals were actively registered with Rohini in the last 10 years. That's from the date Rohini was incepted. This is the portal. It's basically a homepage where the hospital can go and click and register. What hospital needs to come up with is obviously some of the basic identity and details about the capacity in terms of
Slides are not changing.
not changed yet. Okay. Sorry for that. That's a technological thing. Can you check if the slide has changed now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. So this is how the portal looks like, which is rohiniiib.go.in, and the hospital needs to provide some of their identity related information, some of the questions related to the capacity they have. And as I said, point number 4 is which insurance companies or TPA they are already empaneled with for the validation. And there'll be some basic documentation about registration certificate and address proof, which needs to be uploaded in the portal on the steps itself. If they face any problems, or as I said in the beginning, if they're not empaneled with any of the insurer or TPA, there's a helpline and they can connect with the helpline. They can write an email and the Rohini customer service team can help the hospitals move forward in the registration process. As I said in the beginning, at this stage, as of today, the Rohini is a validated repository used by the hospitals more from an identity and availability perspective. But it's not going any further as of now. But what enhancements we are looking at in the coming year is to bring in much more granular information in this repository. So we're looking at reconciling with the health insurers and TPA's hospital data, specifically the experiences they had in the claim stage from the hospitals. All that can be actually put down into one Rohini, and I call it as Rohini Plus. So it will be more updated, more recent. It will be a standard information available across all the 30 health insurance companies, and it will be much more wider and granular in nature. We can also look at, one thing is looking at the experience of hospital performances, specifically the claims area, and look at what are the services in which all hospitals getting utilized along with the cost. So that data is already available with IIB. If that can be merged with the Rohini Plus reconciliation empanelment data, we will have a ready repository to look at some of the insights related to utilization and cost of healthcare services. Going ahead, we'll also, because this is useful and health insurance ecosystem forms one of the major component of healthcare in the India, it's better to look at integrating with certain external databases. I think I heard in the morning session, leveraging NABH also as one of the important quality parameters here. I think that can enrich along with the capacity and experience here. If all three can be merged together, I think this will be a wonderful databases to look at an overall trend, what's happening in the healthcare services. And of course, with such rich data, there could be analytics which we are planning to look at how the hospital industry is spreading across. And this is all coming from the data from the insurance industry as of now. And what are the different types of hospitals from where the services are getting utilized, what type of services are getting utilized, at what cost, and what are the utilization trends. All this data is most of the times available with IIB. Of course, there's a lot of standardization and cleaning activity which that happens regularly, but that's a team which keeps doing here. But that's the plan for the upcoming year for us. It's not that Ayush is not already there in the insurance ecosystem. This slide is showing the number of claims of Ayush which has already been paid by the health insurance industry. And these hospitals are already a part of Rohini. So it's not the first time. There are hospitals who already looked in with this tool and they've got registered. Okay.
Hello.
Sir, unable to see
Sir,
the
can
slide.
you please put it on full
Yeah, really.
display mode? On a
Check now,
slideshow mode.
please. Is it visible now?
Can you please put it on
Slides are
slideshow
not
mode?
moving, sir.
Yeah, it's
Slides are
already on
not moving.
slideshow. I think there is a little delay in projection.
Quite possible, sir. We still do not
Let
see
me
it.
reload. Yeah.
You can even try share entire
Yeah,
screen
yeah,
option,
yeah.
sir.
I'm sharing the entire screen. I think there's a little lag in. Let me know now. I'm reloading the entire screen now. Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir. It is now visible.
Yeah. So this is a snapshot of almost 6,334 Ayush hospitals are already into the insurance ecosystem in the way that there have been claims coming from them, and the health insurance industry has already processed those claims, which means it's not a new thing. This is already happening through the insurers' interest in empaneling those hospitals. But definitely that needs a registration through Rohini as well. And for all the hospitals beyond this, Rohini is an opportunity for them to get registered and enter the insurance ecosystem. That's it from my side. Very happy to take questions.
Sir, if it is not too much to ask, can you please run us all the slides once in full screen mode? Mukund, sir, are you with us?
Yes, yes, I'm there. I'm waiting for any questions or clarifications from the audience.
So there's
Please.
one request from the audience. If all these slides could be run once from first to last on the full screen mode.
Okay. You want me to share the first slide?
From first, all the slides from first, because the visibility
sure.
was unclear.
All right. Let me know if the slides are visible, please.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so let me just summarize. So this was the slide of just an introduction of IIB and the vision statement and what is IIB and how it is helping the health insurance industry today. Then I covered what is Rohini, what was the need for Rohini, why it came up as a concept, and what is it, and it got implemented by IIB in 2014. I also covered the 5 steps of registration of any hospital in Rohini as the current process, along with the validation step. And I also covered what are the benefits to the insurance company as well as benefits to the hospitals in leveraging Rohini. Are you able to see the screen where I'm presenting 5 steps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this screen is showing the actual portal of Rohini where the hospital can get registered. Along with the box on the right side is the details the hospital needs to provide at the time of registration, along with what all documents are required. In case they get stuck anywhere or they are not into the insurance as of now, they're not empaneled by any of the insurer or TPA, they can approach the Rohini helpline and Rohini customer service guys can assist the hospital in getting the empanelment done for the registration process. And the last slide I showed was about the future roadmap of Rohini as to how we want to enhance this to bring in much more analytical insights for the health insurance industry as well as for the hospital industry, specifically dealing with tapping one-stop approach to understand the spread, the type of healthcare services, at what cost, and how has been the utilization from the segment of insured population in India. And the last slide, if you can see the map, this is the current status of claims which have been paid under Ayush benefits from Rohini hospitals as on date. So there are 6,334 hospital claims which have been paid by the health insurance industry as a reimbursement. Of course, none of them are cashless because the networking still needs to be done. And I think I heard a lot of good discussions in the morning to enable how we can bring in cashless benefit for Ayush claims. But this is what is the current status as of now. That's it from my side.
Thank you, sir. And now we are open for discussion for any queries or suggestions. So we have with us.
Yes, ma'am. I have one query. Sir already says that none of them is impaneled cashless for. No, sir. Actually, last 6 years, my hospital is impaneled for Ayush treatment since 2018. Now, 15 companies are impaneled for cashless treatment. The only problem is that the GIPSA or PPN. GIPSA didn't support for any cashless empanelment. They have done inspection. Near about 70 mail I have done for them with them. लेकिन उनका ये क्या रहता है कि नहीं हमारे पास कैशलेस है, हम दे रहे हैं हॉस्पिटल को. मुझे आज तक ये समझ में आया कि इंडिया ने पूरे ऑल ओवर कंट्री में जिप्सा ने किस हॉस्पिटल को कैशलेस दिया है आयुष के लिए. जो 4 कंपनियां गवर्नमेंट कंपनियां हैं, प्राइवेट कंपनियां तो प्रॉपर्ली सपोर्ट कर रही है, 2018 से ही कर रही है. जैसे अपना अमेंडमेंट पास हो गया, सत्ता का जो नोटिस आ गया, उसके बाद वो कंटिन्यूसली आ रहा है. लेकिन सिर्फ जिप्सा का ही प्रॉब्लम है कि वो नहीं दे रहे अभी भी कैशलेस. उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या, या जो एनीवेज हॉस्पिटल्स हैं कम से कम तो उनको तो दे सकते हैं क्या?
Okay, thanks for that question, but I guess I'm not the right person to answer this. I would request people from GI Council. I think Segar Sampath sir is there. Maybe he can address this question.
Okay, since I thought I can answer it later, right now I can tell you very clearly that not only in respect of those hospitals which are empaneled, even for hospitals which are outside the panel, cashless is being granted. And it is stream agnostic. It shouldn't be that cashless would be granted only to allopathy and not to Ayush. It is not the case. And I'm pretty sure that if at all there has been a problem with 1 or 2 companies, it would get addressed. If it's still persists, I would suggest that you take it up with the particular company. And if it is not solved, you can refer to the council. We would look at that.
Thank you, sir.
Mukundji, there was a doubt regarding data you presented in the last slide. 228 hospitals in Delhi please cross-check. I doubt whether it is a total number of hospitals or multiple claims by same hospitals may be there. That please cross-check and confirm.
Sure, sir, we'll do that. This is coming from the claims data which we have, but I take your point. We will go and check whether these are unique 6,300 hospitals. That's what my understanding is, or they are repeat claims from the same hospital. We'll
if it
check
is there,
this.
even
Thanks
ministry wants to have the list of those hospitals from state-wise.
Yeah, we'll do that. So we can share this list.
Sure.
Not a problem.
यस सर, ये अपना जो रोहिणी का डाटा है ये स्पेशली आयुर्वेदा को भी कंसंट्रेट करते हुए कि आयुर्वेद में भी जैसे कि कई कंपोनेंट आयुर्वेदा हॉस्पिटल होते हैं, होम्योपैथिक हॉस्पिटल होते हैं, और भी कंपोनेंट भी लेते हैं सर, एलोपैथिक हॉस्पिटल उसमें ओपीडी बेसिस और डे केयर बेसिस और आईपीटी बेसिस, क्या 3 कंपोनेंट के आधार पर भी कर सकते हैं क्या?
सो इसमें रोहिणी का जो स्ट्रक्चर है, ये बेसिस जो IRDA का हॉस्पिटल डेफिनेशन है उसके बेसिस पे है. सो एज पर द डेफिनेशन गिवन बाय इंश्योरेंस रेगुलेटर, it doesn't say it has to be an allopathic or an Ayurvedic. If it has got that definition which is satisfactory in nature, they're very much eligible to get registered in Rohini.
Right, sir. IRD से given guidelines are with the daycare person and hospital
Yes.
is clearly guided.
Correct, sir. So even daycare centers can register in Rohini.
Yes.
Subject to they qualify the criteria mentioned in the definition as per the regulator.
Okay, sir. Regulator has already mentioned, sir, and is requested to implement that. Thank you, sir.
Sure, sure.
Suppose the reimbursement is not sanctioned, what is the next procedure, sir? No,
Sorry,
suppose
can
the
you
amount
just repeat that
not
question? I could not
sanctioned.
hear that.
So, what is the next procedure? Any regarding next you give the same portal, we can apply again. Suppose any.
So, if the registration is not successful, the reason why the registration is not successful is clearly communicated to the hospital. For example, if it does not fit the minimum criteria of, let us say, the capacity, number of beds, just one example here. So that is clearly communicated to the hospital. And once the hospital upgrades and then comes back for registration, the same process is followed. So that is there. That loop is closed.
Suppose a particular hospital is already registered for allopathic services, and now recently it has reserved some beds for Ayurvedic treatment. So in that case, for Ayurvedic treatment, does the hospital has to inform the Rohini registration, or the earlier registration will be valid?
Earlier registration will be very much valid, madam. And that, as I said, there is a GLN number which is issued at registration. As far as that GLN number is valid and the renewals have happened in time, there is no problem here. In fact, we'll consider this as an enhancement of services that you have added it up. So this is completely valid. There is no problem in that.
So one clarity I wanted from you that, you said once there is a claim settlement done, you get the data from the insurance company about the hospital. Does the hospital come to know that they have got registered on the Rohini portal?
Yes, sir. There is an access of this portal given to the hospital as well, where they, after the GLN number is given to them, they can access this repository as well. They come to know their current status of registration, and they also come to know the other players also in that area and all that. So this tool is accessible to hospitals as well.
So this 6,000 odd what you mentioned, which is there in your registry, so all the hospitals who are there, they are aware about the fact that they are already registered under Rohini. Am I right?
No, that is what the question was. These are the number of claims paid by the health insurance company under Ayush. And they are not, all of them are not registered in Rohini. These were not registration numbers.
So do we come
These
to
were
know
claims which were paid.
So do we come to know that the claims which got settled, whether that hospital is registered in Rohini or not?
Yes, sir. The insurance companies will be able to provide that data of the claims which got settled under which hospital, and that they can check whether they are registered under Rohini or not.
So
That's easily
automatically they don't come registered on Rohini once the
yes,
set.
not all of them. Not all of them would be registered under Rohini. It's a reimbursement claim, so that is paid by the. So that's an opportunity. The reason I showed that slide was they're already into the health insurance ecosystem. The claims have got paid. They have to just get registered under Rohini.
So this data we have to access through individual insurance companies, or we can get it through IIBI?
So as I said, we can share this list with the ministry, sir. The
Very
list
good.
of 6,000
So
where the
this is
claims have been paid. We can share that.
wonderful. Dr. Mukund, what is coming out of your presentation is please share the ministry with that data. It will be very helpful to us in terms of what you demonstrated today. Very
Sure,
good.
sir. Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for a patient audience.
I see that there are no more queries. Okay. So thank you so much, Mukund sir, for bearing with us and trying to answer almost all the queries. Thank
My
you.
pleasure. Thank you so much.
We now move ahead towards another brainstorming session on empanelment of Ayush hospitals for insurance coverage by Mr. Segar Sampath Kumar sir, who is the Director, Health from General Insurance Council. Sir has also served as Executive Director, General Manager, Direct Recruitment Officer, etc. at various firms like United India Insurance, the New India Insurance, etc. So with his experience, I'm sure he'll be able to explain us better the procedure of empanelment for the Ayush hospitals for insurance coverage. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to be here. In fact, in the morning, we had a round of the hospital and I was very impressed by the huge number of people accessing it and the way it was very tidily organized, how tidy, clean, and wonderful the entire institution was. I was really privileged to have that visit. Now, coming back to insurance, empanelment, and a host of other things that we can discuss, the first thing I wanted to say was this Rohini is only an ID. Not all hospitals which have a Rohini ID could be deemed to be empaneled. Empanelment is a process of engagement between the insurance company and the particular hospital. One hospital could be empaneled with 25 insurance companies or not even a single insurance company. It ultimately, see, insurers track traffic. If you see a number of hospitalization claims coming from a particular hospital, they empanel it. Why do they empanel it? Because many of the patients, if it is an empaneled hospital, what happens is with that hospital, the rates are negotiated. What would be the rate per procedure, per package, and what would be the schedule of charges. These things are negotiated and both the parties, the particular hospital and the insurance company, come to an agreement. In such empaneled hospitals, cashless facility is granted. Therefore, but to have an empanelment, you should have a Rohini ID. That is a prerequisite. Earlier, there was an IRDA regulation covering the whole matter of empanelment and other things. Now it is left to the companies and the companies' respective boards would decide how empanelment would take place. And I have accessed almost all the 30 insurance companies' board policies. I find most of them for Ayush, it is 5 beds. Earlier during the morning, there was a discussion about high number, stipulation on a high number of beds. I can tell you one thing, insurance companies are very, very, very receptive to society needs. Not only in health insurance, in any property insurance, whatever you have cyber, then there is cyber liability. Tomorrow there is kidnap happening, kidnap and ransom insurance would be there. I mean, insurance companies keep responding to societal needs. Coming to the same point, insurance is a social mechanism of sharing of losses. All of us are exposed to a peril. It could be that I could die by a snake bite, I could die by a lightning strike, I could die by a mad dog biting me. So there could be an accident insurance. Or my house could be burgled, there is a burglary insurance. I could fall sick, there would be a health insurance. That is how health insurance emerged during the past 35, 40 years and took off really from the year 2000. From almost 20 years, I can tell you, health insurance has grown at a compounded annual growth rate of 24%. Fabulous, fabulous. And world over, health insurance is the number one line of business. The entire global non-life insurance business is almost $3.8 trillion US dollars, out of which health alone accounts for 1.4 billion. Similarly, in India, out of almost around 260,000 crores of rupees of non-life premium, health insurance accounts for 109,000 crores. But what I wanted to tell you was, a health insurer does not cover every type of health care cost. We incur a lot of health care costs. I could be having a cold, I could have a cough, I could go to a doctor, have an OPD, or even a simple thing like I hit my head and there has to be an MRI scan. It could cost me 20,000, 30,000, even that is not covered. You know, one thing I would have to tell you very clearly, in India, health insurance is mostly hospitalization insurance. There are certain countries where outpatient treatment is covered, but in India, almost 95% of the insurance is health insurance is hospitalization insurance. It's like what Henry Ford said, I can give you any car as long as it is black, right? Similarly, I can give you any kind of health insurance cover as long as it is a hospitalization cover. That is how we have started health insurance. We have to understand that health insurance in India is still at an evolutionary phase. Only 55 crore people, 550 million people have been covered. There's a lot more that are to be covered and a lot more coverage in terms of outpatient, in terms of diagnostic treatment, prevention, wellness, rehabilitation. Right now, we have enlarged the scope of cover to now for people with mental illness are covered, people with HIV are covered, people with physical disability are covered, and similarly other streams of medicine like Ayush gets covered. Therefore, we keep on, Mr. Rajiv also mentioned why there is a gap between what needs to be covered and what is covered today. That is an aspirational statement. I fully take it. And as I said, when the insurance company keeps on addressing the needs of society, we would definitely cover more and more. Coming back to empanelment, now Ayush hospitals also, quite a good number are covered. And see, empanelment and cashless, they have a very important relationship, because once a hospital is empaneled, cashless facility would be granted faster. And cashless facility is very, very important. Why should let us assume that actually I did have a heart attack, I did have a bypass surgery, I had to spend some 500,000, and fortunately my insurance company took care of it. I didn't pay anything, it was cashless. See, the same thing should happen to everybody. Today in India, out of almost 2.5 crore claims are getting settled in India by the insurance companies every year, and more than 60% are cashless. But the chairman of the regulator keeps on asking, why should even 40% undergo the trauma of paying money upfront and then getting reimbursement? This is something we are addressing. That is why we have come up with a cashless everywhere initiative, where even if a hospital is not empaneled, cashless facility would be provided. But one thing you should remember, for if you want cashless and if your hospital is not in the network, you have to give 48 hours advance notice, because the insurance company first has to satisfy itself that your hospital is eligible. To be eligible, as I said, there are certain parameters defined, like minimum 5 beds, registration with the local authorities, and a number of other parameters. To check all those things, they need 48 hours, and hopefully in Ayush, other than emergency, many procedures could be elective procedures where 48 hours notice could be granted, and therefore I would request you that cashless request be provided to the insurance companies before 48 hours, so that the insurance companies could also discuss with you and of course try to negotiate and arrive at a rate and then grant cashless facility. Because the whole industry is geared towards granting more and more cashless. We are not we are not giving any undue preference to any one stream of medicine. We are neutral in that sense, and especially with the push from the authority on covering every other stream of medicine with the same kind of treatment that is given to one particular stream, we are very hopeful that more and more such patients would be covered either under cashless or under reimbursement. And as more and more happens, more and more empanelment would also happen. Empanelment ultimately is a function of, yeah, you have it. You can keep moving it. I think I've covered it. Just move. I would. Next one. Okay, I think we can skip it. I've covered it anyway, right? It doesn't fit into this frame anyway, right? These are the definitions, and now, of course, as I said, for Ayush Hospital, it depends on the board approved policy. Most of the company's board policies provide for a minimum of 5 beds. Next one. Same thing. Okay, carry on. Next. Okay, right. Next. Yes, as I told you, mostly, see, insurance covers mostly hospitalization for the simple reason that insurance is for a low frequency, high severity event. Outpatient is a high frequency, low severity event. Therefore, I mean, I need, see, if I have a cold cough, I need to go to a doctor as an outpatient treatment. Possibly I would spend 1,000 or 2,000, which I can afford. But tomorrow I need to undergo a renal transplant, which could be costing me 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, then I need insurance. That is why insurance is mostly for hospitalization products. But as we go along, more and more coverage could be widened. That is what we have hope. So to sum up, the insurance industry is geared to provide all types of treatments as long as they are hospitalization, and hospitals are getting empaneled. Today, the entire industry has almost around 45,000 hospitals. The maximum one company could have is around 20,000 hospitals, but the entire industry collectively has around 45,000 hospitals which are empaneled. Ayush hospitals are also considerably empaneled. And it depends on traffic. It doesn't mean that every hospital has a right to get empaneled. Don't mistake me, because the insurance company also has limited bandwidth. Once it has a panel of hospitals, it needs to monitor what is the traffic, what is the flow. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a schedule of charges. To monitor all these things, they would also like to have a limited panel. So if your company has, if your hospital has sufficient volume of traffic with the company, then quite possibly there would be more and more empanelment happening. I think I have covered all the aspects of hospital empanelment. If there are questions, I would address them. हाँ जी,
लोगों को थोड़ा जगाया जाए. I want to ask you, और थोड़ा हिंदी में भी बोलेंगे क्योंकि कुछ लोग हैं जो हिंदी समझते हैं और अंग्रेजी थोड़ा कम समझते हैं. You know, what you explained was in simple language a chicken and egg story. That how अब सुबह को जो डिस्कशन हुआ उसमें लोग कहे कि हमको काफ़ी पैसे चाहिए टू गेट एम्पैनल्ड और गेट एक्रीडेड और गेट सर्टिफाइड, और हम ऑलवेज ये सोचते हैं कि काफ़ी पैसे नहीं चाहिए. जैसे यू एक्सप्लेन 5 बेड्स, 1 डॉक्टर, Now that's not a lot of money you need to invest. But the only thing is, what I can understand is the insurance companies need to also become little proactive in, because as I was told also that you cannot solicit empanelment. You can't go to a hospital say you get empaneled. The hospital should come for empanelment.
Not necessary.
Not necessary.
Not necessary.
Acha, because
if we see a good flow of traffic,
Okay.
we also on our own approach the hospital.
Oh, so
both ways.
Okay, so there was a wrong communication given to me that hospitals, I mean, insurance companies don't solicit empanelment, but it is both ways. So one clarity I have got that it is not necessary that the hospital has to go. मेरा केवल एक ही बात है आज के चर्चा में, जितने हमारे आयुष हॉस्पिटल्स हैं आज कंट्री में, how many are empaneled? Like I would like to actually address this question to our good friend Rajiv ji. Rajiv ji, is your hospital empaneled with Rohini? Long time back.
From the beginning, yeah.
With insurance company?
Yes, with
Okay.
almost all the private insurance companies and
Okay.
with GIPSA now.
Yeah, because if you are empaneled with one, you are automatically empaneled with others.
No, sir.
No.
You have to independently empanel. There are the popular hospitals are empaneled with many insurance
Many
companies.
insurance companies. Very correct. I am talking about that single person proprietary organization who is a owner cum practitioner, and he has 5-bed hospital, and he is running from pillar to post to get empaneled, and he is not finding anybody to hold his hand, and the patients who are going to them, they are not able to get cashless, or they are not able to get the advantage of their insurance policy, which we expect from 1st of April. It is mandatory, so no insurance companies can deny, Now, how do we come to know that those small practitioners of 5-bedded hospitals, they are getting into the loop, and we are encouraging them to get into the loop, to go ahead to not only get empaneled, but ensure that the patients who are coming there with an insurance health cover policy, now that everybody knows that it is got covered, even Ayush is covered, how do they guarantee that आपका coverage है इसमें, आप हमसे treatment लो, आपको मिलेगा पैसा? How do we make that happen? I'm just trying to understand from you after your presentation as a way forward. How do we go forward?
Sir, first thing is, as I told you, even in Rohini there are around 48,000 hospitals. Let us assume that there are number of hospitals which are not in Rohini. Let us for the moment assume that there are around 70,000 hospitals. Only around 40,000 are empaneled. An insurance company, any insurance company has only around 20,000. Why should they empanel every hospital? You are talking about a single doctor hospital, 5 beds. If he has, let us assume, only 3 admissions, insurance-driven admission for that particular insurance company, why should that insurance company empanel him? Because they have a number of things. They have to have a contract, they have to have the bandwidth, they have to monitor, they have to have a schedule of charges. All these things cost money. See, ultimately, market is a great leveler. If the market, that's why I said, if I find a new hospital, 200-bed hospitals has come up, and lot of people are going there, as an insurer, I myself would go there and say, why don't you get empaneled? So ultimately, the second point is more important. Even if they are not empaneled, today cashless would be made available to them if they make the 48 hours earlier intimation. So that problem is addressed, sir, now. Cashless everywhere addresses that problem.
प्रश्न पूछिए.
Sir.
आप थोड़ा जग जाइए.
Sampath ji, you have told that for empanelment there should be registration in the Rohini platform.
Yes.
But Rohini platform says they should be at least registered with one, empaneled with one insurance company at least. This is the precondition there.
No.
So there is a clash here. We have to
No. What he mentioned was at least one insurance company would verify the facilities, right? But in fact, that's why I said, if you look at the Rohini database, they have almost around 50,000 hospitals, whereas the collective number of hospitals in the insurance industry is only around 40,000. So even without getting empanel, you could have a Rohini ID. The only thing he mentioned was a TPA or a hospital, I mean, or an insurance company could take care of that physical verification. That's all. It doesn't mean that one has to be empaneled to get a Rohini ID.
One more issue, a customer comes to
Sir.
an hospital, Ayush hospital, and he will avail the facilities there and he will put for the claim. So how you will assess as an insurer?
Yes, sir. As an insurer, first thing I would see whether he has a Rohini ID. Let us assume he doesn't have a Rohini ID. Then I would have to find out whether he has a number of beds. Sometimes there could even be a fictitious hospital. Possibly, if I have that kind of a doubt, I would send an investigator to verify whether the structure, the entity exists, or whether the patient did get treatment. Those things are happen. So, depending on the name of the hospital, the nature of treatment, the amount of claim, the sometimes there could be investigation, sometimes even without investigation, through the documentation they pay.
For everybody.
For all claims.
Sir, I have a simple one question.
Yeah.
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah.
How many hospitals till date? How many hospitals are empaneled by GIPSA in all over India?
How many hospitals are we have the data in Rohini. Rohini data is something around 50,000. That is the data. Today you tell me, I can is there any single repository of hospitals in the country which has all the establishments across the country? I haven't come across, to my knowledge. In fact, to the extent possible, we depend on Rohini. Today we were talking to NABH. They have a database of around 21,000, 25,000 hospitals. We have to build. That is what Mr. Mukund was also mentioning. Possibly we should all together build. In fact, fortunately, the National Health Authority is working on hospital facility registry. That again could become a very good database. So slowly we would be getting a single authentic database of all health facilities across the country. That could happen over time.
May I just ask one question? All India Institute of Ayurveda, which everyone, I think majority of they visited the facility, it is NABH accredited hospital. So any patient, consumer, like patient comes to this hospital and he avails the Ayurveda package and then he just comes for the claim. And suppose this type of hospital is not empaneled or not Rohini registered. So what would be your take on
claim
this?
is payable. See, hospitalization expense has to be incurred. The claim would be payable. If he has come and got the treatment, the claim would definitely get paid. As long as the treatment is covered, right? For instance, I'm an alcoholic, I had cirrhosis of the liver, I got treated at your hospital, but that is an exclusion under the policy. Any illness caused due to alcoholism is excluded. Then it might not be paid. But if let's say I had a heart disease, I came, I got treated here, then it would be paid, no problem.
We have at least 6 people. We have 6 to 8 people waiting for the questions. Can we please go in an order? Please, we'll start it from the right side. We also have 2 people who have raised hands. Okay. So we have 2 people who have raised hands there. One is from Atharva Hospital, I believe. Atharva Ayurved Multi-Speciality, you can go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, myself, Dr. Prince Girotra from Atharva Ayurved Multi-Speciality Hospital, Rohtak. We have 15-bedded NABH accredited hospital in Rohtak, Haryana. We are mostly empaneled with all the insurance companies. But one question is mine that most of the company denied the cashless pre-op and just send the one message that this treatment does not need the IPD treatments. You can treat it only on the OPD basis. How I can handle with this?
See, the point is this. That's why I mentioned hospitalization policy. Most of our policies cover only hospitalization, and the duration of hospitalization should be more than 24 hours. I do not want to comment on a particular admissibility of a claim because it depends on the facts of the case. But generally, if a treatment could be made on an outpatient basis, without a need for hospitalization exceeding 24 hours, the claim is not paid. This happens not only in Ayurveda, in fact in allopathy claims also. If you look at the number of refusals, a number of claims are getting refused because the treatment was not warranted. It's not that the industry takes this kind of a stand only against one stream of medicine. So I would like to say there has to be a hospitalization exceeding 24 hours. That need has to be
Shekharji.
demonstrated. And hold on. And that need has to be demonstrated throughout the period of stay, not only at the time of admission. See, these are things which are standard across the country, reasonable and necessary, customary, medically necessary. These are things that otherwise industry will not work, sir.
Sampathji, it is the violation of IRDAI guidelines.
In the sense, sir,
Daycare centers are being allowed by the IRDAI guidelines.
sir, one point I
and
want
you are
to
telling if
sir,
it
sir,
is
yes,
not
sir.
24
I
hours.
will come to that, sir. Daycare center definition is there, but with all respect, look at the definition of daycare itself. The daycare procedure is a procedure which is normally done under general or local anesthesia for a period exceeding 24 hours, and because of technology advancements, it is less than 24 hours. And there again, hold on, sir, I know the definition pretty well, right? So, I've been working in this health insurance industry for 20 years, kindly bear with me. And another thing, sir, what is daycare? Now, they have left it to the definition of an insurance company. There are some insurance companies which are giving 300 daycare procedures. There are some companies which give only 50, 100. So, they can recognize an Ayush daycare procedure as a recognized daycare procedure in which even 24 hours is not necessary. But if they have not recognized, then you cannot argue because that is the contract, sir.
So, for Ayush Daycare Center, you want anesthesia to come in.
Sir, Ayush daycare, sir, interesting point here. Ayush, if you look at the whole definition, Ayush daycare has been defined, but daycare has also been defined. Daycare definition says that what I said. So ultimately that would prevail.
We'll work it out.
Yeah, exactly. We can talk, sir.
Hello.
Sir, sometimes,
Sir,
sometimes
आपका
we got a
एक-
reply from insurance company
one question, sir.
that
Hello, sir. Sir, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you because we are hitting many balls to you and you are hitting it very well. I have 5 balls for you for the 5 questions.
No, we have.
Okay. I'll ask the major 3 questions. What we have understood is the insurance empanelment is a 2-step process. The first step is getting the NABH accreditation, and that step is very much clear because of the standard guidelines available at the NABH website. But the second part, getting the empanelment, there are no standard parameters. It depends from the company to company, and moreover, what we practically face is like you have a guideline like in a city you will give empanelment or cashless facility to these many number of hospitals. So what are those guidelines? What insurance company look for getting into the cashless payment? The second question is what are the standard guidelines for the treatment cost? What we personally feel, I am running a hospital from past 3 years. The insurance company goes for the capping कि आयुर्वेद ट्रीटमेंट में 15,000 से ऊपर नहीं मिलेगा.
आयुर्वेद में कैपिंग आजकल नहीं है, वो पहले था. IRDA सर्कुलर अभी हो गया ना, आजकल ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. There is no specific cap for Ayush, right? Whatever is admissible under the policy, same thing admissible for Ayush.
But the insurance agent, they are still publishing.
Please understand. Let us speak. This is the law of the land, right? There is no argument on that. Today there is no policy. If there is a policy today which says there is a cap on Ayush, let me see. I am willing to look at that.
One more question. You told about the 24 hours admission. So in our treatment protocol, I am a Panchakarma doctor. If we go for Vamana or Virechana, admission is required after completing the 7 days or 8 days of treatment. Whether it is possible before the treatment cost before the admission, that can be covered.
Pre-hospitalization can be
Okay,
covered.
thank you, Anumesh. I think there are many questions. Let everyone get the opportunity. Only one question at a time. We want to cover each and every one. Maybe
If
you
have any
can
other question, I
have
will
the
tell you
online.
later.
Now there are 4 hands raised. So can we do justice that one from the online and one from offline? And on the chat also there are questions. Maybe we take it at the end. But on the one who has raised the hand, please just you can just come. Amit Chaudhary from Vedant Ayurved. Amit Chaudhary, please.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello, sir.
Amit ji, please go ahead. Yes.
Myself, Vaidya Amit Chaudhary from Vedant Ayurveda, Maharashtra.
Yes, please, one question. Please ask your important question.
यस मैम सर, हमारे पहले कमेटी डिस्कशन में ये डिसाइड हुआ था कि पीपीएन रेट्स जल्दी फाइनल किया जाएंगे, तो आयुष के पीपीएन रेट्स फाइनल हुए हैं क्या?
Actually, in the meeting of all insurers and Ministry of Ayush and other stakeholders, it was raised that our general insurance companies from government sector are not giving any claims and cashless facilities because of absence of PPN rates. And that was discussed 2-3 times with the GIC also in the meeting. It was decided that cashless facilities will be extended to all irrespective of that. But still, as on today also, all the Ayush health providers are complaining that the general insurance companies of government sector are not providing cashless facilities as on today.
Cashless everywhere has come, and even the IRDA guidelines are very clear that cashless facility might have to be extended. This today, whatever we are giving 61% has to be extended. I would also take it up with the concerned companies and tell them that it cannot happen. In fact, a few colleagues are available here also. I would also appeal to them.
I also request all Ayush providers to send the complaints where the cashless facilities are denied by the government sector companies. You report to Ministry of Ayush and we will take it up with the
one thing with all respect, I would like to say, there could be cases where there is no agreement on the amount to be paid. That is because even with the other treatments, not everything is paid as cashless. But it should not be the case that for Ayush hospital, every cashless request is denied. No, wherever possible, they should also be accommodated. We would also appeal to them.
So thank you, sir. Thank you.
No, yeah.
Dr. Deepak, आप करने के बाद यहाँ का हम बोलेंगे. Please.
Right.
Please
Sir,
be brief in your.
Ma'am, one more thing.
One question, sir. कि अभी सर ने जैसे बताया, आज स्टैंडर्ड गाइडलाइन में बताया कि एक एवरेज पेशेंट को आयुर्वेद में ट्रीटमेंट के लिए मिनिमम 14 डेज चाहिए. कुछ पेशेंट अगर जान बस्ती या संधिवात के लिए आता है, वो आसानी से आ सकता है, डे केयर बेसिस ट्रीटमेंट ले सकता है. कुछ पेशेंटों को लगातार 14 दिन एडमिट कर देते हैं तो मेंटली इलनेस फील करने लगते हैं, तो उनको हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन के बजाय उनको डे केयर बेसिस से ट्रीटमेंट दिया जाए और उनको फ्री कर दिया जाए. तो उसमें क्या होता है कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी अभी डे केयर को वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर रही है. इसमें आपका क्या कहना है? क्यों? क्योंकि अभी जैसे आपने सर ने सुबह डिस्कशन में भी 14 दिन 28 दिन ट्रीटमेंट चाहिए, तो क्या आप 28 डे हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन करके आप ट्रीटमेंट ही संभव है?
See, it depends on the circumstances of the case. If a particular patient requires to be continuously hospitalized for 28 days, and there is also documentation, that is very, very important.
Yes.
If there is documentation on what warranted this case, no, that is where it depends on the insurance company. See, insurance company, if they are recognize that particular case, then it will be covered. Not otherwise. Not otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you. Now please, आप you can just come. आपके बाद आप कर दीजिएगा.
Sir, one just a doubt. Actually,
Can you please identify your name?
I'm Dr. Indra Jordan.
Yeah.
In NABH, there is Panchakarma Treatment Center accreditation and the entry level Ayush Center accreditation also. I'm an NABH assessor also. So in the IRDA guideline, it is mentioned that this type of centers also will get, because it is either the accreditation or entry level is eligible for this reimbursement. So what is the next procedure? Because you told it is only the IPD only is the criteria for this insurance coverage. Then this type of the IRDA notification tells like this, and you are telling this.
IRDA notification earlier said that. Later they said the companies can devise their own policies, board approved policies for empanelment of hospitals. So present situation is there is the IRDA role on NABH primary level, entry level certification is no more there. It has been superseded by IRDA saying that the companies can have their own board approved policy. Today it is companies board approved policies which should determine, and that board policy has to be displayed on the website. That also IRDA has said. So if you want to get empaneled in a particular
not
company,
empanelment,
you can look at the board, the
Reimbursement.
company's website.
Reimbursement.
Reimbursement, of course, as long as it is a hospital, right? It need not even be an empaneled hospital.
Not
As-
IP hospital. OP. This is Panchakarma Center and Ayush Center are the OP care center.
OP care
level
means if
treatment
the
center.
policy does
Therapy
not
center.
cover outpatient treatment, definitely the claim is not payable. It all depends on the terms of the contract. You want to say?
One question from Ramnathan ji.
Sir, may I?
He has raised one question. Once the hospital is already NABH accredited, why you want that hospital again to be recognized by you as an insurance? For
The
panel.
panel is a separate one-on-one discussion on so many terms. NABH is on quality parameters. This is on commercials also. What should be the package rate? What should be the per day rate? What should be the treatment protocol? Lot of issues are discussed, right? Yeah. Yes.
Sir,
I
एक
would
simple question था.
Short and crisp.
Myself, P.P. Rajan from Kottakalari, Vaishala, sir. I opened the discussion in the morning. Too many things have been said
Okay,
there.
let's come to the point.
A point, very simple. Sir, what is the role of TPA and who decides it? One. Number two, the percentage given to the TPA or between the hospital and the TPA, between the hospital or with the insurance company. Is there any uniform standard? One. Number two, with regard to the claim settlement, can we have a universal checklist of entire TPA or entire insurance company? Because when we address one question to one insurance company, next come with another question. So even having one desk is not enough. There are immense queries coming, patient to patient, then company to company. And even
Same
as you
company,
said-
branch to branch.
But it happens, sir. You
I
address the
understand.
question. So
I
can we
understand.
have a? We are talking about uniform policy. Can we have
There
anything
cannot
of
be
that?
a uniform policy. There are
Hello, sir.
360 products, 30 insurance companies. But one good thing IRDA has again come up with. IRDA has said if a claim is to be denied, it cannot be denied individually by any executive. A committee, part of the product management committee has to look at it and deny. So now denial has become more rigid. What you are asking is different companies having different yardsticks. I also face the same question every time. Say, but TPA is asking arbitrary. TPAs are entities which are sourced by the insurance company. The contract is between the insurance company and the customer. TPAs are facilitators. In fact, TPA cannot deny a claim also. IRDA is very clear on those rules. So slowly there should be more and more standardization on these things happening. We are also working towards that. So slowly there will be more clarity, sir. Please understand this happens all the time, right? But again, I want you to understand that almost 92% of the claims are getting settled. But there could be some delay, there could be some repeated queries. I can understand. I have been meeting doctors across the country and the same problem comes up, right? Like unnecessary queries are being asked. There is a lot of time back and forth correspondence. We are trying to eliminate all these hassles, sir.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, yes.
One question from online. Companies refusing payment of surgeries by Ayush practitioners.
See, one thing,
I
can tell
will
you.
add one more thing.
Yes,
one just today I got to know that one gallbladder operation has been done in this premises. And they are officially permitted to do surgeries as per the NCISM notification. And insurance companies are refusing the claims because it is done by Ayush practitioner. How you will explain this?
Sir, 2-3 points. First point I will address first. If an Ayush surgeon is permitted by law to do surgery, and if the surgery is warranted, I don't think the claim can be denied, right? It is very much payable. See, but if it is wrongly denied, of course we have other recourse. That is the point I wanted to make.
Hello, sir.
Sir,
Hello, sir. एक question है.
One question is that I have get reply from insurance companies कि we are not able to decide the admissibility of this patient, so go for reimbursement. Is this answer is clear?
I absolutely agree with them. With the available document, sometimes even this liver, this cirrhosis of the liver could be by an infection or due to alcohol consumption. At that point, I may not know. So I would say cashless, I will not grant. You please go for reimbursement. With the available documents, even before treatment is commenced, I may not be in a position to determine whether the claim is admissible or not. In such a case, I may not give cashless and say that yes, you come for reimbursement at a later point. Nothing wrong with that practice, sir.
Sir, good evening, sir. Sir, my name is Sheikh Abdul Rahman. I am the Senior Medical Record Officer in the All India Institute of Ayurveda. I am the helping to the patient for the filling the Part B claim form for the reimbursement process. I am the for the all of the what are the application form. I am the filling the and we given the patient for the attestation of the discharge summary and all the bills. But patients getting the queries from the insurance companies, please provide the justification letter. Sir, almost just justification letter for the treatment. Letter for the insurance companies are always the asking for this justification. Why should the patient admitted here? Why can't we treat for the OPD basics? They are asking the questions for the insurance companies.
No, if it's a generic question, I find it wrong. There could be certain circumstances.
No, sir. Actually, is regularly.
Across all claims, I don't know. See, I can understand if, let us assume that I go with, I have myself seen cases with 98.6 temperature, admitted for fever, and all investigations done, and nothing else, and discharged, and then the claim is denied.
Sir,
there could be a question on that circumstance, but if it's a generic question, every claim they are asking that question, that is wrong.
Sir, and what is the turnaround time for the Ayush for the claim reimbursement process
For
and
every
allopathy?
every claim it's the same turnaround
Sir,
time.
actually, is a policy document for the taking the insurance. For the allopathy, is clearly mentioned what is the pre-existing disease, what is the expecting disease.
Same thing here.
Sir, but in the Ayush
No,
sector,
please understand. Pre-existing definition does not talk of allopathy. It only talks of pre-existing disease, whether it is diagnosed or treated within 36 months or 48 months prior to the day of inception. Very clear definition, right? It doesn't talk of allopathy
sir,
or Ayurveda.
actually for the every insurance company, so my suggestion is should be the one Ayush claim division should be there, because it's not there. They don't know that for the knowledge of the Ayush disease and procedure codes. My request for the all insurance companies, please establish for the one Ayush claim division. It's a very helpful for the patient also, sir.
In fact, Professor Mishra was mentioning, there are number of Ayush experts available in each insurance company. So we have enough talent pool, and as more and more claims come, these issues would get usually
No,
resolved.
it should be
Don't worry.
make for the something mandatory. It's very useful for the patient, sir.
Sir, turnaround time, please.
Turnaround time is maximum 30 days, madam. That there is no distinction at all. It has to happen within 30 days.
Sir, I am a doctor, sir.
Yeah.
I received a complaint letter from your insurance company. Churna Svedam Snehavanam has been done OPD base. IPD not required for this procedure. Sir, Snehavani is not at all possible to OPD. You insisted to the OPD level. I insisted IPD level. You are reducted the amount. So who is the doctor, sir? Insurance company or myself?
Sir,
I will answer that question.
This is a morning also raise the same issue. So it is my professional status a question, sir.
आपके टेबल पे सर वो 2 साल एक्सपीरियंस वाला पास आउट बच्चा बैठा होता है अंदर.
एक ही चीज बोलिए सर. Do you say it can be done on outpatient basis or not? No. In that case, it might have to be paid ultimately, because the condition you know better. And the only thing, sir, ultimately it also requires documentation. No. See, we go only by documents. Don't mistake them just because they ask a question. They have a right to ask that question, no?
Just receive that, then I know that.
Sir, we ask this question every case, including sophisticated machinery costing crores of rupees. We ask why can't it be repaired? Why should it be replaced? All these questions, when we make the payment, it's a public fund. We have a right to ask. Don't mistake us for asking the question.
One more time. LIC mentioned that not included Ayurveda. It's very clearly mentioned.
LIC?
LIC.
One moment, sir. LIC, I do not know. LIC?
6 months, 6 months before.
Yeah. Right.
Sir, from last 2 months, these kind of rejections are more, sir. Many hospitals are complaining that the insured patient could have been managed as an outpatient, and hospitalization of the insured patient is not warranted.
necessary.
Like that, many cases in Snehabanam, like in Grahani. Sir, sir, more number we are seeing, that's why, sir.
Again, most
Sir.
number, don't use that
Sir,
word.
sir,
You give the data, then we'll talk.
sir, sir.
Thank you.
But if such is the case that has to be addressed, we will also sensitize it. In fact, that is the whole purpose, right? Sensitization program on both sides. You also understand the concerns and we also understand it. We will also address it.
Sir, there are many cases online. At least we can take one or two from hand. All that, please. There is a Umesh Vaidya and then Prashant Daunkar. Already you have address. So Umesh Vaidya, I think that would be the last. Umesh Vaidya.
Mostly he is not able to.
Do we have any queries on this side? Okay, we have one here.
So myself is Vijay Periwal. I am running a CGS Implement Ayurveda Center, Ayurveda Day Care Center. तो सर उसमें क्या है कि वो हमारा डे केयर है और NABH इम्पेलमेंट है, रोहिणी भी हमारे पास में. तो जब CGS ने हमारे को डे केयर के अंदर जो है इम्पेलमेंट दे दिया है सभी जो है सर्विसेज के लिए, आयुष सर्विसेज के लिए, प्रोसीजर के लिए, और DGS का भी हमारे पास इम्पेलमेंट था रहा, अभी तो नहीं है, NDMC भी हमको अप्रूव करता है. तो सर वाई जो जितनी भी सभी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी है वो डे केयर में पॉलिसी हमारे को क्यों नहीं दे रही है इम्प्लीमेंट जो है?
डे केयर पॉलिसी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का अलग है
जी.
एक ही चीज याद रखिए
जी.
हर एक कंपनी का जो डे केयर में देना वो डिसाइड कर सकते हैं, ठीक है. इंश्योरेंस कंपनी प्राइसिंग के बारे में करते टाइम पे सोचता है पॉलिसी का क्लेम कितना है, कितना क्लेम, कितना दिन लेंथ ऑफ स्टे होगा, कितना एवरेज कास्ट होगा. डे केयर सब डे केयर के देते नहीं. मैं पहले बोला ना
सर नॉट ए सिंगल प्रोसीजर जो है इसमें डे केयर में इंक्लूड नहीं है. देखिए अगर आप आयुष में सर
भी दिया नहीं, आप
अभी
नहीं है
आजकल वो भी धीरे धीरे होगा, धीरे धीरे वो भी डे केयर में हो सकता है ना. Ultimately, if I can save money by not getting hospitalized, and if I don't recognize it as a daycare, it would get hospitalized, and I would have to pay more. It makes sense for me to include it in daycare. वो हम भी सोचेंगे, धीरे धीरे होगा.
एक सर बहुत बड़ा इशू है जो सर आयुष में हमारे जो है जितने भी डे केयर सेंटर या हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, आपने बोला कि जिसमें एक लोकल बॉडी या स्टेट बॉडी से जो है रजिस्ट्रेशन होना चाहिए, लेकिन हमारे आयुष में सर अभी तक ये फैसिलिटी जो है किसी भी लोकल बॉडी या कोई भी स्टेट बॉडी हमारे को जो है रजिस्टर्ड नहीं करती है.
I think
दिल्ली में सर
I think daycare center it is enough. We have discussed enough. We will conclude how to resolve these issues.
जी.
Any query from this side?
Thank you.
सर एक्सक्यूज मी, एक सवाल है सर.
Any online query we can take?
यस नहीं मेरा एक सर संपत सर वन लास्ट सर. एक ये जेन्युइन प्रॉब्लम है कि जब टीपीए से जिसको भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव भेजा जाता है वो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव जाके जब इंक्वायरी करते हैं और सही रिपोर्ट नहीं देते हैं किसी भी कारण तो भी डिनाइल होता है. तो उसकी इंटीग्रिटी के ऊपर कैसे करें, क्योंकि उन्होंने जाके फाइट किया, चाहे अभी कुछ भी हो डॉक्टर्स के साथ, पेशेंट को पता नहीं है वो चीज़. कि ऐसा फाइट हुआ है उस कंसल्टेंट और उसके बीच में। जब पेशेंट वहाँ जाके पहुँच रहा है कि क्लेम के लिए स्टाटस क्या है, तब उनको पता चलता है कि नहीं आपका क्लेम डिनाई हो गया है 2 महीने के बाद। हाँ हाँ, तो उसके ऊपर थोड़ा, हाँ नहीं उसके ऊपर
एक्सेप्शन, इसलिए ओम्बड्समैन है, ग्रीवेंस
मैं दिख नहीं रहा
है,
हमको कोई
वो उधर जाके
नहीं उसके ऊपर थोड़ा
lot of questions has been come, especially on daycare. So I think sensitization of insurance companies regarding requirement of Ayush daycare procedures, we have to engage with each insurance companies and discuss with them and convince them and sort out this issue. That's one issue. Second, I think we should form Ayush fraternity. You yourself has to frame a group. Whichever company wise, whatever the issues you are getting, if you able to send the request, whatever the problems, if you earmark to us, and we will take up en masse. If you send one complaint, we will just forward to the concerned authorities. But you have associations, you have organizations. If you pull all the issues, related issues of each companies, we will take up with those companies from the government side. Our core committee can take up with those companies and resolve these issues. Many times it may be lack of sensitization. And next time onwards, we can plan with each insurance companies, we can have one sensitization program and resolve the issues one by one. So that is the better option. And we have to, first we have to understand that what are the goals we have to meet, quality criteria, NABH accreditation, whatever it is, whatever our facilities, documentation, our record note of clinician, all this basic documentation that we have to train ourselves. I think from core committee also will plan sensitizing all Ayush fraternity, how to process the insurance claims, what are the parameters you have to meet for participating in the insurance claims. And if we are trained enough so that they will not have much complaints against you. Second thing, you have to mark individual you have to cater the list of complaints. Suppose they are not giving cashless facility, they are denying claim because it's not a inpatient care. Like this, they are objecting your judgment of diagnosis, whatever it is. Similar type of issue, if you compile together and send it to us, we will cater it and we will take it up with the concerned insurance companies, depending on the number of claims. Government of India cannot take pain on each individual application. If you, as a group, you can compile everything and give the list, we will take up, and next sensitization with the individual insurance companies also we can have, and GIC may facilitate for such things. Thank you.
I think the overwhelming response is a proof of how successful the event went. And with this, I would like to immensely thank Mr. Segar, sir, for bearing up with all the questions and giving right responses to all of them. Thank you, sir. It was a immensely useful session. And now, coming towards the end of the session, we are privileged to invite Professor Bijon Kumar Mishra, sir, Chairman of the Core Group of Experts for Insurance at Ministry of Ayush, to share the key takeaways from today's event. I'm sure his insights will provide us with invaluable perspectives on the discussions and the pathway ahead. Over to you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. अब तो सब जग गया. हाँ? अच्छा, I'm very curious to know. Just raise your hand. How many insurance companies are here now at the present moment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fantastic. You've got 10 insurance companies or representative of insurance companies. Let's put it this way. So you heard the energy inside the room, and you could feel how enthusiastic people are. And I have the privilege of summing it up on behalf of all of you. But one caveat, that if something is missing in terms of my coverage, and you all want it to be included in the recommendation, then please feel free to get up and convince all of us that that needs to be included. Okay, is that okay with everybody? ठीक है? Okay, very good, very good. So firstly, let me tell you, the presentation made by Mr. Sampath Kumar was just fantastic. Let me tell you that. It was just fantastic because why I am saying this is, he not only comes with a very rich background, today he is holding a very pivotal role in the healthcare delivery system as a very key advisor to the GI Council. And GI Council is a body of all the insurance companies who are dealing with general insurance, including health, and it is a statutory body by law. It's not a registered society, it is not a trust, it is not a company's registered company. It is as per the Insurance Act, as per the law. It's a body which is standing there. So it's a very, very important body where I also happen to sit there as an executive committee member nominated by IRDAI, that is the regulator. As a neutral body, as a neutral person to sit there and give interventions on behalf of you and me, not you as a Ayush hospital, but as a citizen. So I sit there as a citizen and I convey to the insurance companies the pain of the citizens. So this is what is my role, and that is why, Ministry of Ayush was kind enough to invite me to chair this group of, experts to take this forward. And I must tell you, today's deliberation was much more than I expected. So I want to thank each one of you who came forward and spent your time to, deliberate and speak. So the first takeaway is, and the recommendation which I am as a summary telling you all is, the first recommendation is, there will be, very soon you will find a 24/7 helpline number. That helpline number will not only take your pains into this, but also your suggestions. So, and it will be 24/7, let me tell you that. Because I always firmly believe, if a helpline number is not working 24/7, it is not a helpline number. Then it is just a dikhawa. Okay? And it has to communicate in the language which the caller wants. हम यदि भोजपुरी में बात कर रहे हैं, तो somehow somebody should be able to talk to me also in Bhojpuri and explain to me. Now, how we will do that? Technology has become a big enabler today. And you all know, I see now in the airports, the Chinese tourist is talking in Hindi with the help of a mobile phone, with the iPhone. So the Chinese tourist is also comfortable, and also that airline counter person is able to talk to the Chinese. He's talking in Chinese, he's talking in Hindi, and both are communicating with each other. So we can do that. So we'll bring technology in such a manner, and maybe madam, घूम फिर के आप ही के ऊपर आ जाएगा ये जिम्मेदारी. तो कैसे आएगा वो हम लोग सोचेंगे. हाँ करते रहेंगे. एग्जैक्टली कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे. जो आपने दिखावा किया, आपने जो घुमाया हम लोग को, it was eye opening, let me tell you. So the first is a helpline number. We all agree to that? Number one. Number two, you see, the most important aspect is, we would start conducting very focused training programs, capacity building programs. Capacity building programs will be what? How does an hospital, because I am telling you why, because when I sit in the executive committee meeting of GI Council, the whole focus of GI Council is, हमको empanelment बढ़ाना है, हमको 100% कैशलेस करना है. ये इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन जमीन पे नहीं हो रहा है. जमीन पे करने के लिए हम लोग आज यहां एकत्रित हुए हैं. सो वी विल मेक इट हैपन. सो व्हाट वी विल डू इज, वी विल मेक श्योर जो भी डेटा आज निकला, IIBI has given a data, GI Council also has got a data, the NABH has also got a data. So we have got data many places, scattered, fragmented. So the third takeaway is that we will get all the data at one place. और वो कहाँ रखेंगे हम लोग? घूम फिर के वो फिर एडवाइजर के कमरे के अंदर रहेगा. सारा डेटा हम लोग आपके क्या बोलता है लैब को क्या बोलता है हिंदी में गोद आपके गोदी में डाल देंगे. You see, so we will, the third recommendation is we will get all the scattered data at various places brought under one umbrella and then analyzed in a manner that we will be able to say that so and so practitioner, 5-bedded hospital, because we are looking at minimum 5-bedded hospital. जो 5 के नीचे है उसको भी बाद में देखेंगे, ये नहीं कि उनको वंचित कर देंगे, उनको डालेंगे नहीं हम लोग के साथ, नहीं. We will include everybody because चलना है तो सबको लेकर चलना होगा. You know, but what I am saying is at least that qualifying level based on say NABH certification or accreditation or recognition, whatever you are calling it, we will get all those people synced with the insurance companies and be able to also link it with IIBI in terms of the Rohini portal. How do we do that? So that data will all, so that is my third recommendation, you know, which is coming out of this whole, you know, मंथन जो हम लोग किए हैं, उससे वो निकला है कि ये 3 चीज तो अनिवार्य रूप से हम लोग को तुरंत करना होगा. The third most important thing is that how do we link with the citizens to tell them that ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है, आयुष को लेके ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है, तो वो कैसे हम लोग लोगों तक बताएं. And for my friends who are from southern India who feel sometimes uncomfortable with Hindi, so okay. So I like you. You are very liberal South Indian because when I go to South India, वो खड़े होकर बोल देते हैं, I don't understand what you are talking. ऐसा बोल देता है, you know, हमारे face पे बोल देता है. You please speak in English. You can't speak in Hindi. Then I get a little bit scared. So anyway, don't mind. I'm trying to speak in both the language. The most important thing is the end patient, and that's my final recommendation which is coming out, is that the end patients must know that such an initiative is going on and how they can, if they're holding an insurance cover, they come to know that that cover also includes Ayush. Today many don't know that it covers Ayush because it has just got implemented. So we have to start a good communication with the insurance policy holders और जिनके पास नहीं है, people who don't have insurance cover. How we can help them to get a cover. Because everybody is not coming under Ayushman Bharat. There are a lot of people who can't afford. But there are a lot of people who know about the good work which All India Institute of Ayurveda is doing, and that's why we see so many footfalls here. But what I am trying to say is, we want to get more people, not only come here, but we are able to send them to the nearest place where they can get Ayush. Which are those nearest places? How we will develop that networking with the end users is my final recommendation. Is where we have to build a strong kind of. तो ताली मारना है तो जोर से मारो ना यार. तो इतने सॉफ्टली मार रहे हो, हम बोले क्या कर रहे हैं, इशारा कर रहा है कि क्या कर रहा है. तो anyway, so my contention is that these are the 4 recommendations I could. हाँ 5 बोला कि 4 बोला? अच्छा 5 बोला. So 5 fingers. So I've said 5 recommendations. If anybody wants to add anything, you know, and especially my friends from the insurance companies, are you all happy with this consultation? Yes or no? Anything missing? Some insurance companies, are you happy with this consultation? Are you happy with what has happened? Yes, please. Yes. You must ask. It's on. No, it's not on. No.
Hello.
Now it's.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर मनोज चौक से है। मैं बिलासपुर छत्तीसगढ़ से आया हूँ। मैं पिछले 12 सालों से 15 बेडेड आयुर्वेद में हॉस्पिटल रन कर रहा हूँ सर। बहुत सारी कंपनियों के क्लेम मेरे को अभी मिले हुए हैं, प्राइवेट इंश्योरेंस कंपनियों के। सर अब जितने भी प्रोसीजर्स हम लोग पंचकर्म में करते हैं या चार सूत्र में करते हैं, तो हम लोग ने ये महसूस किया कि जो बिल हम लोग देते हैं वो मेडिसिन्स का अलग देते हैं और जो ट्रीटमेंट प्रोसीजर्स का अलग देते हैं। पर उसके साथ क्या होता है कि जैसे बहुत सारी जो प्रोसीजर है उसमें कुछ मटेरियल्स भी लगते हैं हमको, जैसे दूध लगते हैं षष्टिशाली पिंड स्वेदन में, उड़द दाल का आटा लगता है, पत्र पिंड स्वेदन है तो कई प्रकार के हर्ब्स को, रॉ हर्ब्स को हमको कलेक्ट करके लाना पड़ता है। तो ये जो बिल है ये तो मेडिसिन के साथ हम लोग इंक्लूड नहीं कर सकते। तो ये जो ट्रीटमेंट चार्ज जो रहेगा उसमें ये इंक्लूडेड रहेगा या इसके ऊपर भी विचार किया जा रहा है?
नहीं नहीं, बिल्कुल विचार किया जा रहा है। हम आपको यही कहना चाह रहे हैं। That's why I wanted the insurance companies representatives sitting here to also respond to such questions. What I wanted to tell you was that ये जो हम लोग sensitization और training program की बात कर रहे हैं, वहीं पर हम लोग experts को लाएंगे who are dealing with say actuarians, those who underwriters, reassurers. आप ये समझ लीजिए, हम सबको ये बताना चाहेंगे कि insurance is not charity, it's a business. Please remember this. It is not a not-for-profit organization, it is for-profit organization. Under certain ethical norms, under certain rules, regulations and laws, it is performing their job for which they are getting a return on their investment. Please remember that insurance companies are not charity. ये समझ लीजिए बात पहले, बहुत clear हो जाइए इस पे. Okay, so they will work in a manner which is as per law, as per regulations, and as what Mr. Sampath also in detail presented to you all. Okay, they have certain norms. They might have not followed certain norms in earlier days because they were not there was lack of clarity. But now the regulator has brought further clarity into the whole process. So in those training programs, we will address those issues. You see, which you just now raised, that how do we do? So we will try to bring experts who are actually reassuring the insurance companies and taking care and underwriting. So we all have to understand, in fact, the member actuarian of the regulator was wanting to be here present today. But unfortunately, again, there was a clash of meetings and things like that, he couldn't come. But we will organize. We will organize such consultations. So I want to hear from the insurance companies in terms of how did you feel about today's this deliberation? Any comment by anybody? Yeah, very nice.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Dr. Rashmi from Bajaj Alliance. Today morning when we visited the hospital setup, it was extremely knowledgeable and a very, very good session. We got complete exposure what and how the integrated systems are working and how it will be good for the customers and for us also when these kind of claims come to us. One point which I would like to the committee to ponder upon is to have proper guidelines or protocols for distinguishing of hospitals who focus more on wellness, rejuvenation and therapeutic treatment, and also have protocols in terms of preventive treatments, therapeutic treatments and rehabilitative treatments for Ayurveda, because Ayurveda is more about leading a healthy life, and along with that, if there is a disease condition, it also helps in treatment, it also recommends treatment. So we should be seeing how we can distinguish between these two things.
Yeah, very good.
Yes,
In fact, I just want to bring one clarity, and Rajiv ji, you are free to intervene and give provide that clarity also. You know, Ayurveda is not only wellness. There are a number of processes today well established, which you must have heard when Rajiv ji gave that presentation, which takes care of the differentiation which you are talking about. You know, and you will be amazed, like you visited today. you will be amazed to see, hospitals run by them, which I visited, and he took me to certain hospitals in Bangalore where he showed me how the documentation is going on. It's amazing, and in the sense that it is even better than the allopathic doctors what they are writing, the way they are presenting. Now that is the training program we want to encourage, and we want to bring that all hospital doctors, practicing doctors, they are able to write those kind of reports where you will be able to easily differentiate as a insurance company that ये genuine है, ये genuine नहीं है, और genuine क्यों नहीं है ये भी आप बताएंगे, why it is not genuine. You will give your viewpoint so that there can be improvement tomorrow, in terms of documentation. So we will address that, and as you know, your MD, CEO is the chairman of GI Council. He is providing the leadership. So unfortunately he is not here, but he was very keen to be here. We will start some initiatives like what you are saying. How do we empower, in terms of the hospitals, the medical practitioners who are owners, and also the insurance companies to differentiate between the genuine and ungenuine. You want to add something, Rajiv ji? नहीं हम तो आपका चेला है boss. You want to add something, please? Yeah, because
I think I should clarify that there are NABH standards for wellness centers and for hospitals which are distinct. Ayurveda has got two objectives. One is to reverse disease. The other is to restore well-being and sustain it. So the two need not be mixed up. There is a very well-maintained stereotype of the kind that you thought, that Ayurveda is for wellness only. But predominantly now, the new generation of Ayurveda hospitals all focus on curative care and rehabilitation. Thank you.
Does it answer your this thing? Yeah, very good. Anybody from this side, from the insurance companies, you all want to respond? How did you find today's deliberation? Was it useful? Anybody? No? Okay, fine. So I think we come to the closure now, and I hand over the mic to who? Thank you very much for your time. It was wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Can we have... Just a moment.
So before Dr. Kaustubh Upadhyay also comes for formal vote of thanks, may I request Jayesh to just give his reflection on all, because he is representing Ministry of Ayush and Joint Secretary. So there are many expectations from the stakeholders from the ministry. So what is the 5 points? So maybe how we take it?
There is just 2 words of caution. One, I could heard from the Bajaj Alliance that it's a wellness and not curative, what you try to indicate it. And Dr. Rajiv, that it's a curative. So we have to balance. That is the challenge. I think core committee is dealing with that challenge. Once we arrive at some points, at some meeting point, that these are the curative, these are the wellness, these are this way, and these are the cost structure, then certainly it's a sustainable. It's a, after all, it's a medical system, our oldest tradition, and it's not like that we have invented it. It's nothing like that. It's very old tradition, and it has certain curative value, therapeutic value, and wellness value. And hope leaders like Dr. Rajiv and you, sir, it will happen within a very small frame of time, and hope that it will be coming in a very accessible way to all of us. That is only my comment. And एक और बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि जिस तरह से जितने इमोशनल भी थे हाँ नहीं काफ़ी इमोशनल थे और जिस तरह से क्वेश्चंस थे और जितने क्रिटिक थे, इट्स रियली इन्वॉल्वमेंट. आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल दैट इट हैपेंड. थैंक यू एंड इट्स योर इनिशिएटिव. थैंक यू. थैंक्स.
थैंक यू सर. एक अभी जो बात चल रही कि वेलनेस, तो अगर हम थोड़ा सा, एक मेरा अनुरोध भी रहेगा, प्रार्थना भी रहेगी कि चरक ने स्वस्थ स्वास्थ्य संरक्षण आयुर्वेद और आतुरस्य विकार प्रशमनम चा बोला है. उन्होंने वेलनेस का भी बात किया है और चिकित्सा सेवा का भी बात किया है. ठीक, थैंक यू सर. बस हमारा ये था एक पैकेज वेलनेस का भी बन, और ये इसका भी अगर हो अलग भी कर सकते कैपिंग के साथ वेलनेस.
Thank you all. Formally thanking everybody forms the crucial part of any event. So to propose the word of thanks, may I please call upon Dr. Kaustav Upadhyaya sir, Advisor Ministry of Ayush, to give an appreciative closure to the event.
I convey my thanks to respected Secretary sir, under whose guidance all these activities since the formation of core committee, before formation of core committee, the consultation meeting with all the insurance stakeholders, including insurance companies and hospitals, and as a offshoot, core committee has been formed, and we have done 3 meetings already and 2 sensitization meeting. The first sensitization meeting is for TPS at Jamnagar, and this is for all the Ayush hospital owners and all insurance companies heads. And without his guidance, we would have not reached this level. Second, the leadership given by Bejan Mishra ji. Actually, in 2022, when I joined Ministry of Ayush as an advisor, I met him in a board meeting in NABH. We were sitting side by side, and I told I'm looking after, he told he's dealing with the consumer, he's a consumer expert and all those things. And I told we have lot of issues with insurance and I need your help. He assured whatever help you required, I will be there. You take my number and I will be with you and we will tackle this issue together. And that has resulted, and I requested Secretary to bring him in this core committee, and so that his expertise we can make use for our Ayush sector, because in Ayush sector we are very much emotional rather than practical. That's my observation, and that's why we are not able to resolve the issues because of our emotions only. So we need management person for us. So he is a management graduate, and with management background he has come to us and he is leading, and we have a good interaction, and we are having perspective of both insurers as well as Ayush hospitals. And now we are open. The ice is broken. We have openness to interact with each other, and I am very much confident that this ice will be broken and we will be able to interact together and resolve all the issues. Wherever we are feeling this is a clash area, we will be able to resolve one by one. Only request is we should be methodical and we should maintain proper documentation, and NABH accreditation and all those things. We have to be serious in those endeavors, and after accreditation, just don't forget keeping those documentation intact. For next 3 years only, NABH will come for re-inspection. So till that time, no requirement. That's not the case, because whenever TPS will come to you and inspect, or whenever those audit check will be done, if it is not found, it will reflect bad on Ayush. So we have a responsibility. We should not only claim the rights, but also we have a responsibility, and we have a more responsibility towards consumer, both hospitals as well as insurance companies. We we have a major responsibility towards the consumers that will work together and discharge those responsibilities. That is the hope. And I convey my thanks to Madam Tanuja Nesri ji. She has the host for entire event, and she has organized the entire event so beautifully, and she and her team, they are highly professional and very good hospitality, and I think we all enjoy the hospitality given by them, and I convey my regard from the ministry as well as from all of you to Madam Tanuja ji. And today's chairman, Joint Secretary B.S. Singh ji, V.K. Singh ji, he is an inspirer to us. He has a lot of insights and he gives practical solutions. And I am very much comfortable when he joined the ministry in all biodiversity issue, insurance issue, wherever in DPS issues. He gives very practical and down to earth solutions, not imaginary solutions. So that has helped me in achieving our target. I convey my thanks to Joint Secretary B.K. Singh ji. And our members of committee, core committee, Rajiv Vasudevan, Sampath ji is here. He is representing JAC in core committee in place of Indrajit Singh ji. And so many others are there. And they are all with the team, they are working with us, and we are able to achieve many things. And Narayan Sahane is there. And all of you, both insurance companies and the Ayush hospital owners, you are the key persons who are expected today, and you have all participated, and this entire day was vibrant, and I hope we'll take it together to the logical conclusion. That means our empowerment should increase at least 5 times by the end of next year. That is my target. And our Ayush claims also should, both in numbers as well as in the amount, should enhance to 5 times. That is the expectation we are taking from this August gathering, and I think we will be able to achieve this if we work together. Thank you all. Namaste. And this program was highly successful, and we have more than 100. Exact number anybody can share? More than 100 online participants were there, and highly esteemed members like Arvind Varchasvi, our Kottakkal PK, PM Warriors. 240 was registered in the morning. So this is a very good participation from all the stakeholders. So this shows we are serious in our business, and together we'll take this endeavor to reach our deadline, that is 5 times, 5-fold increase by next year. Thank you all.
Thank you all. May I now request everybody to go to move towards the entrance of the hospital or the academic block for a group photograph, followed by which there is high tea arranged for all of you in the respective floors where you received your lunch. Thank you.